Yeah, hello everyone. Welcome to the second virtual or online conference on intercultural perspectives on information literacy and metaliteracy. I am Joachim Griesbaum. I will guide you a bit through the program. I welcome my colleagues and the conference organizers or technical organizers, Ms. Hampel and Ms. Zenginjurek. And you can see here on the slides some hints with regard to the online conference. Please turn off your webcam. If you speak, you can activate your webcam. And please also turn off your microphone. You can take part in this conference anonymously if you choose not your real name and choose not to activate your camera and choose only to participate via chat. You remain anonymous. We record and stream this conference live now, but we only record the part in the middle or the center part here where the camera is activated and where the slides are visible. So that is first information. This is the program. We start now with the opening. We will tell you what this project and this online conference is all about. And then the most important and the largest part of the conference are the presentations prepared by the students, which you can see here on the students' presentations. Then we have a break, and finally we have a workshop. In the workshop, we talk about this project and how to proceed. We are finished at 6 p.m. The conference will be closed. We have also 2 breaks, as you can see, but you can also see we have half an hour scheduled usually for the talks. So I guess it will be rather dense and compact. This is the break slide. Before we begin, any questions on your part? Seems not to be the case. Then we will tell you about this project. As said, it's the second. We already did one conference on intercultural perspectives on information literacy and metaliteracy. You see here the names of the partners. We will introduce ourselves to you shortly that are involved in the project, and you can see here the universities, the logos of the universities. And you see we have a strong international focus, and I guess this is what makes this special and interesting, the cooperation of partners from different locations, different regions of the world, different countries. You see here a bit better the countries and regions. University at Albany, Sunny Empire from the US, University of Sarajevo, University of Graz in Austria. Sarajevo is in Bosnia-Herzegovina, of course, and symbiosis from University from Pune in India and Hildesheim. What did we do? What is this all about? We had conducted this winter term a learning scenario which included students from all of our locations. So Hildesheim students, Albany students, Pune students, Graz students, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Sarajevo students came together and learned together with topics concerned or within the field of information literacy and metaliteracy. So we had 2 things, two basic aims in the winter term. First, to offer the students an opportunity to foster intercultural learning by providing a joint learning space with learners from other regions and cultures in the world. And also to learn about topics related to information literacy. I guess you all know it, it's very interesting and very, very important nowadays, at least, topic. And even gain here a special perspective because we have an exchange and discourse with international partners. And we did not want to keep all of this to ourselves, but we wanted to share it with the world. And that's the aim today. That's the reason, that's the goal of this online conference you're taking part now. So this is the basic context. And this is who we are, the instructors. I asked my colleagues to activate the camera and to shortly introduce themselves. I wait till everyone has activated his or her camera, and then we will introduce ourselves. Wait just a bit more, maybe Tessie. So activating camera. I guess we can begin. Maybe I start and hand then over to the next person. Amy is also coming. Welcome. Yeah, I am Joachim Griesbaum. I'm an information scientist in the University of Hildesheim. I'm especially interested in things like e-learning, knowledge management, information behavior, and information literacy. I hand over to Jeannie.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jeannie Jacob, and I'm from Symbiosis College of Arts and Commerce in Pune, India. And it's been 2 years since I've been a part of this program, this transnational course, and it has been a wonderful experience. And I'm looking forward, and I'm very excited about this session as well. Thank you.
Maybe we continue from left to right with the cameras. Emir, please.
Greetings to all from snowy Sarajevo. I'm Emir Vajzovic, professor at the Faculty of Political Sciences, University of Sarajevo, and head of Institute for Social Science Research. We are trying in our interdisciplinary work to tackle the challenges of digital transformation of society and its impact on democracy, human rights, media information literacy, and connected challenges. It was a privilege and honor working with you all, guys, and thank you one more time.
Yeah, Mario.
Hello, everybody. Greetings to all. It's my pleasure also to be a part of this wonderful experience. And I'm associate professor at the University of Sarajevo, Faculty of Philosophy. I closely collaborate with Professor Vajzovic last 4 or 5 years on media information and media literacy projects. And I'm really glad that my students had a chance to participate in this program, in this course. Thank you.
Thank you. Stefan?
Hello, everyone. My name is Stefan Gracien. I'm a postdoctoral researcher at University of Graz in Austria. In my research and teaching, I focus in one area on information literacy, also technology-enhanced learning, and human information behavior. And I have also a particular interest in multicultural aspects in this area. So therefore, this teaching collaboration was very interesting. This year, we had the opportunity for the first time to participate with Graz students. It was a really great experience. I'm really thankful for that, also our students. And now I'm really looking forward to this conference and to share our outcomes with all of you.
Thank you very much, Tessie. Your mic is out, Tessie.
Sorry about that. Hi, everyone. My name is Tessie Tadathil, and I come from the Symbiosis College of Arts and Commerce, just like Ginny in India. My domain area is basically accounting, finance, performance management, sustainability. The motto of our college, we started 50 years back, comparatively young, but the motto is "The world is one family." So this particular intercultural project is one with the motto of our college, and I've enjoyed being a part of it, and we are thrilled with the opportunity it has presented to interact with so many professors and students from all over the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom?
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the conference. I'm Tom Mackey, Professor of Arts and Media at SUNY Empire State College. And I, too, am really thrilled to be a part of this year and having two of our students from SUNY Empire join the class and also the conference. I'm especially interested in metaliteracy and connections to information literacy, and metaliteracy is an idea that I've been developing with my colleague, Trudy Jacobson, who's also here today. So thanks, everyone, and it's just been a great experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Trudy?
Hello, everybody. I'd like to echo the sort of the sense of honor it's been to be a part of this collaboration with the faculty and students from a number of areas in the world. I'm Distinguished Librarian Emerita at the University at Albany, and have been heavily involved with information literacy throughout my career, and metaliteracy, as Tom Mackey mentioned, and metaliteracy's connections with open pedagogy. And I'd like to also welcome all who are here to sort of observe the conference today. We're delighted you're here.
Yeah, thank you, Trudy. Thanks to all of you. So, dear audience, you should now have an impression of who we are. And you see, we are all concerned or interested in the field of information literacy. Still, we are a diverse group of instructors, which makes this cooperation, I would say, even more interesting, because we are confronted with many of you with viewpoints, arguments that are not usually coming around our own, nowadays we would say bubble, but maybe our own sphere would be the better term. So thank you again, Trudy. Nicely said, I guess. Thank you for being here. I also take with me, the world is one family. Quite a motto, I guess. Okay, thank you. So, but we are not the main actors here. The main actors are the students taking part in this learning opportunity or learning scenario. Students from Graz, Hildesheim, New York, Pune, and Sarajevo. And they are all here today, and they will show you their work. Okay, so, but what is the background and what is this course I already mentioned? I guess you all have an idea what a semester is and how university courses are working and structured. And we met in the winter term, coordinate all of us. We had to be quite compact with regard to time planning, And to bring us all up to one page on the same, or basically on the same level, we conducted a short warm-up task on basics on metaliteracy and intercultural information literacy. Then we had some weeks where the students collaborated in groups and constructed knowledge to the topics they will present today on the conference. This was, this really was a specific work and deep work, and you will see the results. And today we are here to share this knowledge with the world. So you have a bit more information on the context of this conference. And I guess all of you also have seen this program. I already showed it in the introduction on other slides. And yeah, this was the introduction part mainly. We continue at 1330 hours and 10 minutes with group A with the topic Google as an information gatekeeper. Then we immediately continue with technology, with the topic technology changes and information literacy, followed by spreading misinformation. And finally, or not finally, the fourth topic is impact of fake news on financial markets and companies. And finally, the last group, Group G, presents their work on the metaliteracy Wikipedia article. Then we have a break, and then we have the workshop. All presentation sessions follow the same procedure. We have already provided the talks. So the groups enter the stage. They shortly introduce themselves, and then we play the provided presentations or talks, screencasts, and afterwards there's an opportunity for discussion, to ask questions, to bring in own contributions and things like that. As time is limited, I guess and expect that we need to moderate and limit the time available for discussion, but nevertheless, there should be space for interesting discourse. So this is what lies ahead. And we hope that you will enjoy the conference today. And the opening is finished now, and I deactivate my camera. We continue in 10 minutes with Group A on the first topic, Google as an information gatekeeper. Thank you very much. Yeah, that was a bit early. Welcome back. I invite Group A to enter the stage. Group A, please enter the stage.
My camera is somehow not working right now, so I try to figure that out. But Linda, if you want, you can already start.
Perfect.
All right. Then one remark.
Sorry.
Yeah, the sequence is, as I said, you introduce yourself shortly so that everyone knows who you are as a group before we play the video or the presentation. Then the video or the presentation is played, and afterwards we discuss. You can, I would like, but I would not prescribe. If you would like to have the camera active during the presentation, be it. But in every case, please activate it again for the discussion. Okay, so I hand over to you for introduction. As said, maybe Ms. Spahn, you would like to begin?
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, also greetings from our group. We want to say that it's really an honor to be able to present our project here today. So in our project, we dealt with the implications that Google as a gatekeeper has on information literacy. So Google as a corporation with roughly $65 billion in revenue in 2021, a corporation whose services many of us use daily, has a lot of power. And the goal of our project was to shine light on how exactly this power gives them a role as an information gatekeeper on the internet. Before we want to show you the video we produced, we also want to take a moment to quickly introduce ourselves. So my name is Linda Spahn. I'm a 24-year-old master student in business administration and computational social systems from Graz, Austria.
Yeah, so I'll go next. My name is Madeline. I'm 23 years old and from Germany. I'm really sorry that my camera is not working right now. I tried to figure that out during the video, but I'm also currently pursuing my master's degree in international information management at the University of Hildesheim, and I'm really looking forward to the conference today.
I was 20 years old, studying in symbiosis of arts and commerce, and I'm doing a college honors degree, undergrad degree.
Hi, I'm Nadia. I'm 19 and I'm studying in Symbiosis College of Arts and Commerce. I'm doing bachelor's in psychology honors, and I look forward to presenting to you what our group has curated for you guys.
Hello everyone, I'm Vinita Badwani from Symbiosis College of Arts and Commerce in second year pursuing economic honors, and yeah, looking forward for this conference.
Googling, meaning the act of using the search engine Google to find information on the internet, was ranked the most useful word of 2002 by the American Dialect Society. Nowadays, Google has become so massive, essential, and overwhelmingly powerful that it changed the way we use the internet permanently. We will be exploring the role of Google as an information gatekeeper with respect to information literacy.
What is Google? As most of us know, Google LLC is an American multinational tech company that offers several internet-related products and services. It was founded in 1998 by Larry Page and Sergey Brin. Google.com is the most visited website worldwide. Several other Google-owned websites also are on the list of most popular websites, including YouTube and Blogger. On the list of most valuable brands, Google is ranked second by Forbes and fourth by Interbrand. Google generates most of its revenues from advertising. This includes sales of apps, purchases made in-app, digital content products on Google and YouTube, Android and licensing and service fees, including fees received for Google Cloud offering. 46% of its profit was from clicks, cost per clicks, amounting to US $109,652 million in 2017. The second key term that we have to define is gatekeeping, and this one is a little more tricky. The term gatekeeping was first coined by Kurt Lewin in 1947. He used the term to describe how a wife or mother was the gatekeeper because of her role in deciding which foods are placed on the dinner table. In a more academic sense, then, a gatekeeping process would then be involves doing some of the following: selecting, channeling, shaping, manipulating, and deleting information. For example, a gatekeeping process might involve selecting which information to publish, or channeling information through a channel, or deleting information by removing it, or shaping information into a particular form. The reason why this is tricky is because any information provider could technically be considered a gatekeeper to a certain degree. For example, librarians and bookstores choose which book to order, display, and advertise. Another form of gatekeeping could be due to one's role in shaping our social world, for instance with the media. They select which stories to run, print, or discard, at which time, and in which order. Simply because these platforms do not provide all the information available in the world, an impossible feat, or curated in it some form. As such, we can clearly see how Google, as an algorithmically controlled search engine that curates our every search result, will be considered a gatekeeper. As such, we will be mainly focusing on the impact and motive that Google has as a gatekeeper, as well as the means through which this is achieved, as compared to attempting to prove that Google is a gatekeeper.
Next, we will discuss the history of Google as a gatekeeper, most notably through the case study of Google testifying before the U.S. Congressional Subcommittee on Antitrust, Competition Policy, and Consumer Rights. The hearing was titled, "The Power of Google, Serving Consumers or Threatening Competition," on September 21st, 2011. This is simply one of the many lawsuits that have been filed against Google on issues such as privacy concerns, censorship, search neutrality, antitrust, and abuse of its monopoly position, just in recent history. This specific hearing was based on the idea that Google, a platform that once sought to direct users to websites that best addressed their queries, has now entered into the competitive market with alternatives that rival those original websites. Google now has their own products, such as Google Places, Google Product Search, Finance, Maps, etc., that are displayed on the Google search engine. It appears to be a complete and total monopoly. This case study also explored the various techniques that Google uses to ensure that users never leave this Google universe, some of which we will now discuss. Firstly, deceptive display. Basically, when Google takes up half the result page with their own platforms, visually overemphasizing their own products instead of including other websites in this top ranking as well. Secondly, search manipulation, where Google excludes or penalizes competing sites, essentially making them disappear from the internet. Remember Hotel Trivago, the website we used to often go to for any information on hotels? When we Google hotels, Trivago popped up as the last ad link. Trivago, as a normal search result, only popped up as the second last website on the first page. Even TripAdvisor, another popular travel website, was shown towards the end of the page. More than half of the page were suggestions from Google's own platforms or as ads. Thirdly, unauthorized content scraping, or essentially stealing content developed by other websites such as reviews without permission and sometimes even without attribution. And lastly, exclusionary conduct in mobile, buying up companies in the mobile search area to make Google the default engine on most of the popular mobile devices. As can be seen from these techniques, Google, as a profit-making corporation that receives a majority of its revenue from ads, is clearly trying to maximize the extent of exposure that users have with content that is profitable to them. The harm here may be that the quality of the information is not the core focus, but the monetary value of various websites to Google. Thus, from this example, we can see that discussions on Google being a gatekeeper of information is not a new one.
Nowadays, there is no doubt left that Google acts as an information gatekeeper on the internet, and this also means that nowadays other aspects surrounding Google are in the focus of researchers, but also governments. Pending questions include whether Google influences our ethical decision-making by how and what information gets displayed, or possibly even displaying one-sided information. This means that the way Google ranks search query results has a possible influence on the forming of opinions. While it is only a part of Google's services, in the sphere of Google Scholar it has been shown that Google's algorithm prefers research in the English language and actually ranks those papers before papers from different languages when a multilingual search query is entered. Even if those papers in a different language have a higher number of citations, possibly meaning they are more relevant, they get ranked lower. Search engines in general are having trouble with gender biases. Researchers have found out that they do play a role in gender stereotype reinforcement. They do this through the ranking of their search results, where they choose stereotype-conforming results. An example could be that if someone were to look up nurses or hairdressers, that the results ranked higher up are seen to be more female. This could be through wording, but also generally displaying women as nurses or hairdressers. In this way, also Google plays a role in the reinforcement of gender stereotypes. A big issue with this, though, is that researchers are unsure on how to solve this problem, as there are instances, for example when Googling women in parliament, where one does want the results to be gendered. Not only researchers are concerned with Google, but also governments are concerned with the market power that Google has. In 2020, the Department of Justice from the US sued Google for violating the antitrust laws and its business practices as a monopolist. In October 2020, there were 3 open investigations against Google in the US alone. Next to that, the appeal against the ruling of the European Union that issued a fine of $2.8 billion against Google because of violations of the antitrust law when it came to Google Shopping was lost in November 2021. All of this shows in theory that there are some issues with the practices of Google. As a next step, we wanted to take a look at some of these issues firsthand. We wanted to see transnational differences in Google's ranking and draw our own conclusions.
In order to gain these practical insights and to find out ourselves how Google acts as an information gatekeeper, we decided to take the user perspective by conducting 2 different searches on Google. The transnationality of this approach was given since the students of our group were conducting the research from the countries of Singapore, India, Austria, Germany, and the US. For the first of our 2 experiments, we searched the phrase "Is the Earth flat?" research, which was supposed to trigger controversial or even conspiratorial results. The term research was added for us to see if we would also get scientific results from Google Scholar about that topic. Every student of the group was then supposed to search this phrase in English and, if possible, in their native language on 3 different privacy levels each. This means we conducted the searches on normal Google, then in incognito mode, and as well in the Tor browser, in order for us to see how much the first page results depend on the personal data that Google has collected about us. The results contained the following aspects. First of all students of the group got displayed the same 3 scholarly articles, except the student in India, who didn't get any. Secondly, all our results contain 2 to 3 articles on average in favor of the flat Earth theory, no matter our location. In general, we all got very similar results on the normal Google, but in slightly different order. Given the fact that most users only look at the first 3 or 4 results, this could influence opinion-building processes, since the order of results and the position of conspiratorial articles would decide which information we receive and can be seen as proof for gatekeeping actions of Google. Further results showed that the incognito search results were in all languages identical with the normal ones, while the English Tor results were more diverse and even contained almost only articles in favor of the flat Earth theory when the search was conducted with the default search engine DuckDuckGo that doesn't use private data at all. This is a very concerning observation and raises the question if Google's gatekeeping function can even be seen as a positive aspect, since it seems to prevent users from going down the conspiracy rabbit hole.
As part of the ongoing investigation on the topic Google as a gatekeeper of information, along with searching about a fact-based question on Google search engine, we wondered if the search results would yield any different insights if we tried to look for a question that is subject to discussion and debate. So we looked for the phrase Afghanistan crisis, who is responsible? The results were surprising. Each of our teammates sitting in a different country got a different set of results, varying in the opinions about the crisis and also varying in the number of results yielded. On further analysis, we found that results for some team members presented a biased opinion, while some mostly got advertisements to aid people suffering from the crisis, and some got unbiased articles as well. These are Nadia's results, who was sitting in India. Here we can clearly see the first results heading is a direct blame on Pakistan. Meghna, who was sitting in Singapore at the same time, got a different set of results, some biased, some not. While Madeline's results were mostly advertisements asking for aid of the victims. This is just one of the many examples where we think that the region you are in may have an immediate effect on the results we get and can also play a huge role in forming an opinion on subjective, controversial, and sensitive issues.
And now for our conclusion. We began this research project with a simple question: is Google an informational gatekeeper? Through our readings, our discussions, and our hands-on experiments, we answered that question with a resounding yes. Google, which determines which of the billions of web pages show up for any given search, clearly acts as a gatekeeper within the given definition by late law. And, as we've demonstrated in our experiments, the order in which web pages are presented to a viewer can drastically impact their impression on their subject of inquiry. Of course, there are countless additional questions to explore regarding Google as a gatekeeper. Does Google have a bias with regards to what results they present? Does Google use its position of power as an informational gatekeeper to increase its own market share and wealth? Does Google intentionally change what information is presented based on the demographics of the person doing the search? These are all important and pressing questions as evidenced by the multiple lawsuits against Google, but are larger topics than we have chosen to delve into with this particular project. It's important to note that Google's role as a gatekeeper isn't inherently a negative thing. With the internet as large as it is, without some form of gatekeeping, it would be extremely difficult to navigate the web in any meaningful way. But, to quote the late Stan Lee, with great power comes great responsibility. What responsibilities does Google have as a gatekeeper? Should Google actively suppress conspiracies, such as the Flat Earth theory? As we saw in our first experiment, Google successfully did its job in curating the millions of Flat Earth-related web pages to something we could manageably browse, but in doing so offered us websites that directly promoted a theory that is clearly bunk. And, with regards to our second experiment, the order in which Google decided to present articles related to our search phrase Afghanistan crisis, who is responsible, can make a massive difference in how opinions regarding touchy political matters are formed. For example, Nadia, who lives in India, received a top-of-the-page result that blamed India's geopolitical antagonist Pakistan as being directly responsible for the Afghan crisis. Ought Google take responsibility or ownership for the biases its searches may create or reinforce? And should they be liable for false or harmful information amplified via their platform? Of course, these are difficult questions to answer, but they are questions worth exploring nonetheless. Regardless of Google's personal responsibility, it's clear that the tools provided by information literacy in general and metaliteracy specifically, such as a metacognitive and self-reflective approach to informational exploration, are invaluable in helping 21st century learners navigate the Google landscape with an increased degree of awareness, criticality, and confidence.
We are of course indebted to the great work of many researchers and journalists who have spent years exploring these topics. The resources we've made use of can be found here. We thank you for watching.
Yeah, thank you very much. I guess this was a very clear and very interesting presentation. Please, Group A, enter the stage again. And the floor is open for questions, remarks, further thoughts, and yeah, the discussion is open. It seems, Ms. Müller, your camera is working now. Nice. Some participants are already typing. Yeah, Ms. Kulmay, just speak.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, I don't know if this is a question for everyone or just you guys, but do you think that this kind of, well, you did see in your results that the results you get are kind of personalized. Do you think that this could create kind of like a filter bubble that you can see in like other applications like Twitter or I don't know, like just other research, or other things people use to get information? Do you see like a potential problem there, or how do you see that?
Thank you for the question. I think the main aim was to show that Google has the possibility to create a sort of bubble where you just are in an echo chamber, because you're more likely to click the results that fit the stuff that you've recently clicked already. So I think that is what we tried to show, is that if there's something where you can have a clear answer that is yes or no, like is the earth flat, it is not as impactful. But if you have a question that is solely opinion-based, such as who's responsible for the Afghanistan crisis, which is subjective, that then it becomes rather difficult to figure out which is just which of the things that are displayed on Google are solely because of the things you searched before, and what is actually the truth in this subject. So I think that is what we try to convey with our research. If anybody else has something to add from my group, please feel free if I left something out. Then I would just go through the questions in the comments. So Ms. Koffler, thank you. I personally still use Google, to be honest, as a search engine. Did anybody of the group change the search engine they use?
No, like for me also, I still use Google, because I think Google still offers like the best all-in-all package, because if you use other Google services in the Google universe, then it's much easier to like move your way around in that kind of package and not switch between different services. So I still am on Google.
Yeah, me too. Even I use Google, but I would say that as a responsible researcher and a student, I would suggest that you take the entirety of the information that you receive, and then you should decide which source is the best based on a lot of factors that play in role of deciding what kind of source you want to choose, which website would be the best to take information from. And that can only happen the more you read and the more practice you have working with Google as a researcher.
So then I would continue with Ms. Kibitz's question. I think there is not really a thing that you can make Google not display the information so in such a way, because it also is a big upside of Google doing that. What we saw with DuckDuckGo in the Tor browser was that if it doesn't display it in a way that is somewhat ranked, it is even more difficult to figure things out. And I think that is why I can already go further to Ms. Tomilov's question. I think every search engine in a way is an information gatekeeper, because there has to be something in the background that runs through the internet, runs through the database, and then decides to display you the information. It's just a difference on how they decided, where DuckDuckGo solely goes by words and then looks up the most suitable query, like what comes up that is most suitable to the words you put in. Google also looks up what is true, so to say. So I think, yes, every search engine is a gatekeeper in a way. Then moving on to Mr. McKay's question. What did we find the most surprising based on our research? Maybe somebody from the group wants to take that question.
For me, I really found the act of doing the experiment very interesting, and it was that actually for my results, because I the results on a torrent website, I got a list of conspiracy theories. So that's a very, very exciting aspect of it to me, because I realized with Google, because they have so much data about you and the type of information that you would get, they try to give you some accurate and most commonly believed type of information, right? In a lot of cases, that would be beneficial, because facts are generally what most commonly believed, right? So when I switched to a website that, like, search engine that had this about me, it gave me information just based on the words that I was searching. So in that way, the benefit of Google as a a gatekeeper was raging us to be silly.
I don't want to intervene, but Ms. Warrior, the sound quality was not that good. Maybe you could just put in your 1 or 2 core messages in 1 or 2 sentences in the chat.
Then going further with the unauthorized content scraping, I think what that means is that Google has access to all the websites on the internet, and they take things such as reviews or information about opening times on businesses into their own search results. So they don't even ask the company who owns the website where the opening hours, for example, of the company is displayed, whether they are allowed to put it on Google. It just shows up when you Google that company. Of course, that has upsides for the companies themselves too, because you want to be easily visible for customers to look at you. But on the other hand, it is unauthorized content scraping that they just look through the internet and put every information that they can find onto their search results. Going further with Ms. Herman's question, if they're likely to promote search results with a negative tone. To be honest, I think it is something that a lot of people believe. It is something that I believe it's true, but in our research, we did not really find anything that goes in hand with that, because it's not really what we were looking for. Does any of the group have different opinions? Okay, I think we all agree on that one. Then going further to the Google Analytics as a search engine optimization tool where companies can pay to be displayed. I personally don't think it is reducing the role of Google as a gatekeeper, because they benefit of their role as a gatekeeper, and then offering companies to pay for a better position just increases the power they have. Because if you as a company don't have the money to pay, then you are not going to be displayed quickly. So it also makes it a lot more vulnerable to groups with a bigger budget to put ads on there, also to display information that goes in hand with their opinion. If you look at political parties, for example. So from my point of view, it's a very dangerous thing that Google offers. Is there any other opinion in our group on that one? Okay, so whether Google can be considered a media or tech company, I think we came to the conclusion that it is both, because there is a lot of technical background that they have. But on the other hand, they do also show a lot of media with their offerings. And I think nowadays, by how many services they offer on the internet, it became inherently difficult to define it into one aspect that their main focus is on. So I think it should be both a media and a tech company.
Answering Mr. Hilbert's question, I think Google is a technology-based media company. That would be the right way to put it.
Thank you. And do we think that the bigger problem is the low knowledge on using a search engine? Maybe you, Nadia, want to continue on that question?
I don't think it's about low knowledge on how to use a search engine, because we are all people of the 21st century, so we're very well versed with that. It's just that sometimes information dissemination, when there's way too much information coming from the other end, sometimes we get a little overwhelmed by so many kinds of opinions, especially when it comes to subjective questions. It's best to then take an overall overview about, let's say, something about the Afghanistan crisis. We would suggest that you read about the history, about the entire geopolitical game going on, instead of, just reading articles and learning about opinions.
I think, unfortunately, that our time has come to an end, but I want to thank you all for the interesting questions, and I hope that we were able to answer most of them to your satisfaction. And also thank you for your attention and taking part in this.
thank you very much. I guess this was really very nicely done. Not only the presentation was very impressive for me, but also your moderation was, yeah, very, very good and on to the point. What do we do with the questions not answered? I guess well, you could still post 1 or 2 comments in the chat. That would be very nice. And yeah, big hand for you as a group. Nicely done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, as said, we are already at the progress and time, and we continue with group B, technology, sorry, bad English here, technology changes and information literacy. Please, group B, enter the stage. Yeah,
Okay,
maybe.
so should we start?
Yeah,
I mean,
yes.
yep. So a very good morning, afternoon, and evening to one and all present here. I'm Pushmita Modak, and I'm currently pursuing my master's in economics from Symbiosis College of Arts and Commerce, Pune, India. And I would like to brief about the topic that our group has worked on. It is the topic is technology changes and information literacy. So basically, it is how the evolution of technology has an effect on the intercepting pattern of technology and our critical ability to analyze the data, evaluate as to what comes our way to decide how to. So I wouldn't like to take much time, and I would pass on to the other person for the introduction. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Shreya Pawar from India. I'm 18 years old and I've been pursuing the Bachelor's in Commerce from the Symbiosis College of Arts and Commerce. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Mansi. I'm 18 years old. I'm from Symbiosis College of Pune and I'm studying in first year BCom with integrated ACCA.
I have some problems with camera, but I will introduce myself. Hello everyone, my name is Lamia. I'm from Bosnia and Herzegovina and I'm currently studying at Comparative Literature and Information Science at the University of Sarajevo, and I'm glad to be a part of this project and and along with my friends.
Hello everyone, my name is Jana Osmanovic. I'm from Bosnia and Herzegovina. I study Bosnian language and information science at the Faculty of Philosophy in Sarajevo.
Yeah, thank you very much. We're curious about the presentation, which we are about to start now.
Hello everyone. In this video, we will be learning about technology changes and information literacy. So before we start, let me introduce you to our team. First, we have Shreya Pawar from India, myself, Pushmita Modak from India, Zena Osmanovic from Bosnia-Herzegovina, Mansi Borule from India, Lamia Silhanovic from Bosnia-Herzegovina, and Angelica Mack from America. Here are the topics that we will be discussing briefly in this video. With the practical insight and theoretical knowledge that we have gathered, we will be proving that with the change in technology, the internet now has become a public information good, and understanding it as such helps us to determine the goals of everyday educational practice as well as the need for information literacy skills in our era. So let us begin with the definition of information literacy. Information literacy is the set of integrated abilities encompassing the reflective discovery of information, the understanding of how information is produced and valued, and the use of information in creating new knowledge and participating ethically in communities of learning. The 6 fundamental frameworks of information literacy are authority is constructed and contextual, information creation as a process, information has value, research as inquiry, scholarship as conversation, searching as strategic exploration.
Now let's understand how the technology evolved over time. We want to start that with one good quote from the book Digital Learning that says, "Technology shape our past, our present, and the future. We design technology, then technology shape us."
Here is a short timeline for the evolution happened in the field of information communication technology. In the year 1876, world's first telephone was invented by Alexander Graham Bell. In the year 1920, world's first radio station broadcasting news was developed. In the year 1928, world's first television was invented. In the year 1964, world's first computer with operating system was developed by IBM. And in the year 1973, world's first mobile phone was developed by Motorola.
The year 1983, Internet was invented when ARPANET adopted Internet Protocol. In the year 1989, World Wide Web was invented by Tim Berners-Lee. In the year 1994, world's first smartphone with apps was developed. Also, in the same year, world's first e-commerce website was launched by Netscape navigators. In the year 1996, Google was created and launched by Larry Page and Sergey Brin. World's first social media site, 6 Degree, was launched by Andrew Weinreich in the year 1997. This was followed by the launch of several other social media sites, like Facebook by Mark Zuckerberg in the year 2004, YouTube in the year 2005, and then Twitter and Instagram in the following years. One of the main things that we wanted to show with this presentation is that with the changes of technology also happen changes with the way media is presented then and now. The traditional media used to communicate information by broadcasting through television, radio, music, movies, and by printing in newspapers, magazines, books, signs, and billboards. Whereas now the new media communicates information through websites, blogs, apps, wikis, emails, ebook, podcast, and etc. The main differences between traditional versus new social media is that the first one is challenging achieving, have controlled publication that means that information must be verified and approved by editors, then they operate in limited space, goes in one way like a monologue from publisher and producer, have restricted access and requires a lot of money and specialized knowledgeable team of people, while new social media is opposite from that. It has features such as simplified achieving, self-publication, requires dialogue, it is flexible, easy to use, and have relatively low costs. We can agree with the fact that traditional media is more reliable, but new media is our future, and it's already been shaping the way we communicate and finally live our lives in 21st century. And that is it from me. My colleague Mansi will take the next part.
In this section, we will be learning about algorithm. The data has been obtained from the research paper Information Literacy in the Age of Algorithm by Alison J. Head, PhD, Barbara Pfister, and Margie Macmillan. The source investigates mainly the way in which information literacy is shaped by algorithm as a part of information literacy education. As algorithm tracks our interaction, consumer habits, and political learning to update us with the information of our interest. It can be used as profitable business model and clever computer codes that are influencing our daily lives. Hence, understanding algorithm and our information privacy right will help us navigate the information landscape today. In this section, we will be learning about how games can be used to improve the information literacy skills of students. The information has been taken from the research work Games to Improve Student Information Literacy Skill by Marina and Anna Maria Tamaro, Alexandra Kumarnova. The source mainly investigates the way in which game-based learning approach can be used for improving the information literacy skills. Evolution of technology and expansion of internet has increased the importance of information literacy. Educational games directly focus on competencies needed for the information age. Thus, development of educational gaming technology can be used to promote information literacy. Further, in order to get a practical insight, we conducted a survey among the people of millennial generation and Gen Z from the three countries Bosnia and Herzegovina, India and America. The purpose of this survey was to track the shift in source of information with evolution of technology and understanding why the need of information literacy has increased over time. Through this survey, we learned that the source of information have changed and increased over time, which has made it difficult to find the actual and true information. Thus has increased the need and awareness of information literacy. However, communication has become easy and fast with time and is responsible for faster evolution of technology now. Also, it presents various dimensions of information.
I'm Jen Osmanovic from Bosnia and Herzegovina, Generation Alpha in Technology. Generation Alpha includes those born from 2010 and have therefore grown up in a fully digital environment. The Alphas are presented as a generation profoundly marked by new technologies and social networks. Technologies that will surround Generation Alpha will majorly include mobile devices, virtual assistants, AI toys and accessories, and autonomous vehicles. The characteristics of Generation Alpha will be hyper-connected. Alpha children are permanently connected. Such is their attention to new technologies that it becomes a way of life. Independent, they are independent when it comes to making their own decisions and managing their digital identities, and they expect their individual needs and preferences to be taken into account. Video will be their preferred format. In addition, video games will boost their visual skills, improving eye-hand coordination and the ability to easily switch tasks. Technological, being hyper-connected, they become experts in the use of new technologies, which facilitates their digital learning and opens up a wide range of possibilities. Diverse, in this case, diversity not only refers to demographics such as ethnicity and gender, but also to taste, lifestyles, and points of view. The problems of Generation Alpha will be reduced attention span and concentration, as they are used to using several screens at once and quickly scanning information. Their attention span and concentration is impaired. Less time for socializing. Spending much of the day online, both inside and outside the home, reduces the time for learning, playing, and socializing in more traditional ways. In fact, much of socialization is transferred to social networks, less development of creativity and imagination. Without questioning the skills that the Alpha generation will acquire, thanks to the new technologies, it should be stressed that as the use of physical toys is reduced, the development of imagination and creativity will suffer. Reduced ability to achieve happiness. As psychologist Jean Twenge notes in her book iGen, there is a link between the rise of smartphones and social media and the increase in depression, anxiety, and loneliness in today's youth.
Now, let's understand what embedded internet means and how it can be used in the future. The embedded devices are the objects that build the unique computing system. An embedded device system generally runs as a single application. However, these devices can connect through the internet connection and able to communicate through other network devices. Although this vision is not new, it is only now gathering momentum as ubiquitous connectivity is finally becoming a reality. And Moore's law has driven device cost and size low enough to justify smart devices everywhere. Machine-to-machine or M2M is a broad label that can be used to describe any technology that enables network devices to exchange information and perform actions without the manual assistance of humans. Artificial intelligence and machine learning facilitate communication between systems, allowing them to make their own autonomous choices. The representatives of M2M usage model are utilities, vehicular telematics, healthcare, personal navigation devices, remote digital frame functions, public surveillance systems, environment monitoring, remote maintenance and control, e-payment systems, and tracking and tracing devices. And the essential elements of M2M solutions are third, fourth, fifth generation wireless technologies, security on chip, video analytics, augmented sensing, standardized M2M plug-and-play capability, and M2M gateway aggregation points. Till now, we have learned how technology evolved and internet became a major source of information and influenced information literacy. However, we also need to consider a part of humankind which has no access to these technological advancements. In this section, we will be discussing the digital divide. The digital divide is a term that refers to the gap between demographics and regions that have access to modern information and communication technology and those that don't or have a restricted access. This technology can include telephones, televisions, personal computers, and internet connectivity. Arguments regarding why closing this digital divide is important are economic equality, social mobility, democracy, economic growth, rural areas access, disabilities, and restriction versus freedom. Now, let's understand the three stages of digital divide. Stage 1, economic divide. The fact that expenditure required to be incurred on purchasing the devices required and the access to the internet is not affordable for a huge population, which includes the average citizens belonging to poor developing countries, is what creates the economic divide. Even if we overcome this issue, the next issue that arises is usability divide. The technology has always been complicated in such a way that low literacy groups cannot access information easily. This problem can be solved. However, this issue has always been at the least interest for service providers. The third stage is empowerment divide. Most users lack the initiative and skills to take the matter in their own hand. Some users remain at the mercy of their other people's decision. If we successfully overcome these three issues, then we can bridge the digital divide. But how can this be done? Here's the answer. By increasing digital literacy, by providing operational incentives to information and communication technology entities, by developing relevant and local content in addition to telecommunication infrastructure, by encouraging the establishment of cyber clubs, by establishment of workable partnerships between all information and communication technology stakeholders, and by promoting innovations geared towards overcoming the digital divide. Now, as we have covered all the topics, let's have a look at the conclusion. We are witnessing a digital transition from old to new learning models. The evolution of information and communication technology and invention of internet has brought great benefits to humanity, but also some disadvantages. But we can all agree that internet is a public good if we understand its way of functioning. In our era, it is crucial to, along with computer skills, have information literacy skills of critical thinking of the information that we consume, share, and produce. Here are the citations for the sources that we used to gather the data for the presentation, and here are the citations for the images that we used throughout the presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Please enter the stage. And I also welcome Mario, maybe Amy, I don't know. And I'm, gladly take over or co-moderate with me as you like.
Thank you, Joachim. I'm really glad to see and hear such a wonderful presentation, and I congratulate all the students for their excellent work. It was really, from my point of view, extremely complex and huge topic. I would definitely need a semester to lecture it, but I would like to actually let's say, notice or recommend that all those issues could be found in the information ethics niche. So whoever wants to deeply explore such issues, I think that engaging in information ethics would be the extremely important way how to deal with these issues. Especially, as we all know, German scholar Raphael as the father of, let's say, of information ethics, has been doing enormous efforts to expose these issues under this branch, let's say, of information and media literacy. So, thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
I would also like to thank all the very hard-working students in a great presentation. We can see the very intense development of their idea work and argumentation throughout the whole intercultural perspective, information literacy and metaliteracy course we had in past months. Maybe there are some questions here in chat, and maybe you students can see how you want to answer it. But to start with, in the beginning you mentioned differences and let's say generational understanding of these complex issues, how technology changes and how it actually changes the generations that are coming. Maybe just no right or wrong answer, because nobody really knows what technology is bringing to new generations and vice versa. But through your research, maybe just some brainstorming what you had and what you have come up with, and how do you feel that will be developing in the future?
I would like to take up the first question that has been asked. So the question says that being a part of a younger generation, does it mean that we have a higher information literacy? Basically, to say that if we are a part of a younger generation, we are exposed to different sources as of how the millennial didn't have the options to access information. We meet on various intercultural grounds, which changes our perspective. So, to judge an information, our thinking really matters. And just because we are the younger generation, we are more exposed to the diversified, I'd say, the diversified world, because the internet actually also and actually see it right in the conference, because we are sitting in our own comfort zone, but it is the technology that has got all of us together, and we are discussing the topic. So yeah, I would say that yes, being a part of a younger generation, it does enable us for a higher information literate capability, because of all the I'd say all the advantages that we gain. So yes, I hope that answers the question.
Also, the second question, which says that what are the key differences in information technology and information literacy? Information technology, which is IT, it is basically, it works with the computer and it basically processes and retrieves the data that we use. Whereas information literacy is how we engage ourselves when we get an information and how we evaluate it, critically analyze it, and how we use it or how we spread it basically, because information does pass from one person to another, from one aspect to another. So this is the major difference that I'd say.
Thank you. There are some comments in German, so Joachim, if you can help us here, please.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. The comments are just about I can't hear anything. What can I do? It's not content related.
Okay, maybe it is, question in deeper understanding of information literacy.
Yeah.
How
Okay.
to understand? Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry for that. Please pardon. But crew, please focus on the English contributions.
Okay.
I hope there are no more German contributions.
Thank you. There's another question about problems of alpha that might have alpha generation. Any of the students about question asked and the question from Elena also. How do you see this correlation of generations and technology?
Okay. So the question, according to what I understood, is how are the problems of generation alpha related to the topic? So basically, it was how the technology evolution will have an impact on the generation. So the evolution on the information literacy of the next generation. So here we have is reduced attention span and concentration, less time for socializing, less development of creativity and imagination, and increasing psychological problems. The major fact that we can observe from this is that their interest in working hard will go down in the further generations. So they'll try to put in less efforts in understanding the understanding the authenticity of the information. So I think that would be a great impact if the technology evolution will take over the entire control of the work. So that would maybe what can we say is make the humankind totally dependent on internet and accept whatever they sell. So that's what the point.
Taking Karina's question, it said that the topic is quite complex, and she's asking if what is the thought about if technology wouldn't have changed at all. So yes, if technology wouldn't have changed at all, we cannot say that if how it was before it would have stayed, because with time everything has a new upgrade. We get a new upgrade with every passing second. We don't realize that. So we can say that there might not have been a drastic change as to how it is today with the evolution of technology. There might have been some ancient methods or maybe something which would have been new to us that time of passing technology. Like before, we used newspapers and radio. We used radio to access information, and nowadays I think accessing information is in our fingertips. Basically, we can access it from anywhere. So that wouldn't have been the comfort then as of now. So yeah, I'd not say that it would have stayed the same, because yeah, you have to upgrade yourself continuously.
Maybe we can just say for conclusion and then future thoughts that maybe we are not seeking information anymore. Information is seeking us and actually chasing us. So through platforms and new social media. Mario, if you have to conclude something, I think our time is up.
Yeah, we started a bit late, 5 minutes, so we have a bit time left if you like.
I also had a question. I just typed it in the public chat. So if you can answer, I'm really interested to hear among your generations are more preferable technical IT skills or media information literacy competencies. What's your opinion on that?
Maybe to add, is it more cool to know how to do stuff with technology or to understand technology?
Yes, sir. We have mentioned that in one of the points under the section information literacy, digital divide, under the point digital divide, usability divide. In that, we have mentioned that point, as in the older generations would be having lesser ability to access information or access technology, or they will be finding the technology a bit complicated. So the solution was that the service providers or the companies that are owning the broadband or who can spread the broadband, they have the power to make it easier and make it much accessible for the elder generations. But the problem is that they are have least interest in this, as they are focusing more on younger generations. So if the companies put more focus on making the information accessible to everyone, this can be done even today.
I think I would like to add something to it. As per the question says, what is more preferable, if it is the IT skills or the information and media literacy competence? Basically, I believe it is our media literacy and information literacy competence that helps us shape the technology, because it is us humans who shape the technology the way we want, and we bend it on our comfort. So I suppose it works. It doesn't work one way, like you cannot balance it that way. It works with how competent you are in intercepting the knowledge that you get, and you shape the technology according to that. So I suppose this is it. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
I mean, if you, for example, analyze curriculum, would you find that in information studies curricula are more present, as Emir said, issues on how to work, how to do technology, or how to understand how technology shapes our reality?
I'm sorry, I didn't get your question.
If you analyze the let's say curriculum in information and media literacy, would you agree that the competencies in how to work with technology, how to use it, how to serve, how to effectively engage yourself in knowing how the tools work, or understanding how the technology actually induces ethical, political, economical challenges, creating the environment in which we are living in, would be much more present in terms of, that I mentioned before. For example, as far as I know, the information ethics rarely present in university studies, let's say, generally.
Yes, the curriculum that we all go through, it is basically very much theoretical and not the practical aspect, I'd say. When it tells us about the IT skills, it is more into how the tools work and not about the media literacy. So the curriculum has to be shaped in a way where we can engage both of them and include both into a proper, I'd say, a proper, not a course per se, but a proper, what should I say? I'm not getting the perfect term, I'm so sorry.
Okay. Do we have still time or?
Yeah, we have a break now, but I guess there's still a bit room for a question. I would say in the chat there are very interesting questions. The big one from Mr. Morsch: what would be the next big thing in making information literacy accessible to wider audiences? Is really a big one, I guess. Maybe you as a group can post in the break 2 or 3 statements to the questions that we have not answered yet. And yeah, Mario, please continue. I guess 5 minutes. We should have a break, but we have no need to break the break now in a hard way. But bring it to a close as you see it fit.
So as I already said, this topic is extremely layered, and I'm really glad that all the students managed to find their approach to the topic in a way that shows how complex issues are to think technology. And I always prefer to say that technology should not be just in the hands of IT specialists, but treated as a branch of humanities. And in that case, I'm really glad that we had the chance to see your work, and thank you for your efforts and for your engagement.
Thank you so much for guiding us throughout the course. It was a very wonderful experience, because these are not one of the very regular courses that are easily accessible or talked about, even though we are continuously living in a world where we are continuously learning about information and we are processing it in our mind. But learning it as a course and knowing it deeply, it really helped us a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I guess then I take over now again. Thank you so much, Group B. Along with the first 2 topics, we have, I guess, really much to think about. And I thank both groups for very interesting input, and to the audience, for our participants, for very, very interesting questions. We now have a break, maybe to take a coffee or refreshment or whatever, to walk around so that you are fresh and new when we continue at 3 o'clock with spreading misinformation. And I guess it's rather a report and not a call to action. So we have a short break now until we continue with the next group. See you at 3 o'clock.
So, hello everyone again. Welcome back to our conference. I hope you had a refreshing break, had the opportunity to grab a cup of coffee or something, and getting ready now for the second half of our student presentations. We now have 3 presentations ahead until about 4:30 p.m. Central European time. And it was very nice also to see that we also had a very active break, actually, also a lot of discussion in the chat. And thank you very much also to the previous group for answering all the questions and still working on it. So now I would like to open the floor for the next group, Group C. Please also switch on your camera and shortly introduce yourself. We now have a very interesting topic again on spreading misinformation during the COVID-19 crisis, so also a very current topic. We'll just wait a little bit until the members of the group have switched on the camera. Okay, hello, nice to see you. Then now, please shortly introduce yourself, and afterwards we are ready to start with your presentation.
Yes, so first of all, thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Sakshi Shah. I am 20-year-old and I'm pursuing BCom Honours from Symbiosis College of Arts and Commerce, Pune, India. For today's presentation, as you all know, our topic is spreading misinformation during COVID. For this, in the presentation, we have tried concluding our results from the survey, which we conducted in the month of November last year. And yeah, lastly, I'd like to say that I'm really looking forward as a group to share our presentation with you all today. Thank you.
So it's my time now. Hello, everyone. I'm Davor Dedic. I come from Bosnia and Herzegovina, Sarajevo. In this time, I'm pursuing master's degree in Latin language and librarianship. And I'm looking forward to your questions, and hopefully we will be able to answer them all. Thank you.
Hi everybody, my name is Xenia Lieder. I'm from Germany and I study in the University of Hildesheim International Information Management. And I wanted to say, like, the group presentations before was really interesting, and I hope that you also like our presentation, and we're always open for feedback afterwards. And yeah, wish you a nice time here with us.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Varun Manamohan, and I'm pursuing BCom Honours in Management Accounting in Symbiosis College of Arts and Commerce, Pune. I had a good time until now, and I'm looking forward to having a good time forward, and I hope you will like our presentation. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Helena Littau. I'm 24 years old, and I'm from Germany. From Hanover, and I study International Information Management at the University of Hildesheim. And yes, I hope you will have fun listening to our presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Vidisha Madhukar from Symbiosis College of Arts and Commerce, Pune. I'm pursuing PA in Economics Honours. So I really enjoyed this entire journey and working along with my group members and in the prior group as well, and looking forward for this last session of us. Thank you so much.
Hello and welcome to today's presentation on spreading misinformation during COVID under the course Intercultural Perspectives on Information Literacy and Metaliteracy, a transnational online course in winter term of 2021 and 2022. Now I would like to introduce to the team and the topic. We are Group C, and the group is represented by Tabud, Xenia, Vidisha, Helena, Varun, and me, Sakshi. First, I will walk you through the introduction, and then my team members will brief you more about our research on the concerned topic. With the field of infodemiology, has studied information patterns on the web and on the social media for at least 18 years, the COVID-19 pandemic has been referred to as the first social media infodemic. High-ranking officials from the World Health Organizations and even the state governments have spoken multiple times, not just regarding fighting COVID-19 pandemic, but also the infodemic that is spreading online at a faster rate than the pandemic itself, causing tension within the society and changes in the information environment. To begin with, we read various articles and papers already available on the concerned topic. According to a survey conducted in 2020, social media especially is the preferred medium for misinformation in comparison to traditional media, simply because these platforms facilitate users with the ability to spread information quickly to other users without any permission from a auditing authority who might otherwise require confirmation of the truth before publishing it online. The results concluded that 74.1% of the participants used online news portals as their information sources, followed by television with 65.7% and social media with 61.5%. Therefore, for the purpose of our study, we chose to limit our research to the impact of social media on the society during COVID-19. This is one amongst numerous examples of harm caused to the society during the disinformation available on social media. As reported by US Today, in Iran, 44 people died and hundreds were hospitalized from bootleg alcohol they were drinking as a cure for COVID-19 after a false notice went viral on Facebook that claimed alcohol is an efficient against fighting COVID-19. And let's consider the fact that alcohol is banned in Iran.
Yes, and now we would like to continue with the description of our survey, which we did during the preparation for that class. So we built up 3 aims, which we wanted to test in our survey. The first one is people don't rely on social media platforms to gain knowledge about COVID-19. The second one is misinformation about COVID-19 spread by way of social media had a negative impact on an individual's mental health and well-being. And the third one is the national media was not able to elevate the panic and fear caused by misinformation on social media. We did an online survey on freeonlinesurveys.com. The survey was aired through social media platforms, and it consisted out of 15 questions. And the survey was anonymous, and it was online for 3 days in November 2021. We also put the link of the survey here, so you can go through the questions if you want to. The general aim of our survey was to get an insight regarding the nature, type, credibility, relevance, and impact of the consumed content on social media. And in general, we had 107 participants in our survey, and 49% in the age between 21 and 35, 37% in the age between 16 and 20, 10% in the age between 35 and 50, and only 5% of our participants were at the age 51 and above. And 49% of our participants came from India, 25% from Germany, 12% from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and 8% came from other countries like the US and the Philippines.
Thank you, Helena. I will go on with our presentation and show you some of our results. And one question in our questionnaire was, which social media platform do you use to obtain news about COVID? And surprisingly, it was that in all the countries in general, it was the most answer with 46% that they don't use social media at all to obtain news about COVID, but followed right behind it Instagram with 38.5%. So quite really high, and you can really see that Instagram is after that the most favorite source. And after that it's YouTube with 24.6% and followed by Facebook. And then we have also smaller percentages, but still it's Twitter and TikTok is also a source for obtaining news. And then there are other social media platforms which we named under others with 12%. Here you can see the most consumed topics in the opinion of the people who we asked in the last 6 months. And there we can see that COVID is the most consumed topic in general. It's 25%, and the rest of the answers is split in entertainment with 18% and also health with 16%. You can say that health and COVID belongs to the same category a bit, because people who are looking for health, they also are trying to find out how to protect themselves better against COVID and what you can do. So this belongs a bit together. And entertainment, it's also like a really high percentages with 18%, much more than politics, economy, or spirituality. And we explain it like that entertainment is a huge field that a big part broke away after COVID came on with the lockdowns. So people had not the choice or the chance to go out and entertain themselves how they used to be. So now this part also changed a bit to the online world, and so people are looking much more now for entertainment online. Another question was, which category of information do you think is viewed the most online? And this is all coronavirus related. So most people are looking for the statistics about new numbers. It's 26% who answered that they're looking for statistics. And then it's followed with 18% for information about the vaccine. And the other parts are really evenly split, but people are also looking for false but intriguing content, also for political approvals, and the condition of society is also a big topic for our questionnaire people, and also the homemade remedies, and also fear-causing content. There was not much others, only 1% that named that there are also other things, but most of them are really split, really even in all of those topics. Then we wanted to see what if we split the countries apart and see where the influence comes from and what is the difference between the countries of India, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Germany. And we can see, which is interesting, that most used source is in Bosnia and Herzegovina as well as in Germany, Instagram, but it's Facebook in India, which was Facebook really on place number 3 or even far more behind in Germany or Bosnia and Herzegovina. Then the most consumed topics in those 3 countries is politics in India, entertainment in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and COVID-19 in Germany. And in relation to that, we also made a comparison between if the people think there is misinformation on social media or not. And I will start with Germany, where we can see that, like I said, the most consumed topic is COVID, but like half of the society, like 54%, thinks that there is social misinformation on social media. And because of that, also 70% are in favor of filtering this misinformation on social media. But Germany is not so high percentages like in India or Bosnia and Herzegovina. There is the number that people believe there is misinformation on social media much higher, like it's 80% in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and you can also see that more people are in favor to filter the misinformation on social media. It's 90%, and in India it's 94%, and 60% of the people in India said that there is misinformation on social media.
So these are the findings that were found by our research of this topic and by our survey that we wanted to point out here. Significant contribution in spreading fear and panic related to the COVID-19 outbreak was made on social media, resulting in a negative influence on the mental well-being of people. Instagram and YouTube are the most used social media platforms in creating panic among people during the COVID-19 outbreak. The most impacted group psychologically during COVID turns out to be youth aged from 21 to 35. Most people were affected mentally by the false information, but there was little or no physical harm that was caused. The one thing on which all participants agreed anonymously is the fact that there should be filters to contain the spread of false information on social media. On the basis of this, we can confirm it mainly comes out of awareness that has arisen in the past year, mostly because of false informations about various amount of topics, but we can say mostly because of COVID-19, when people were and still are mentally affected. It also gives us an insight how much people are considering social media as news media channels because they feel comfortable to say that filters are needed for the sake of having accurate and true information in virtual world. There were few limitations in this research that impacted presented results. It was time, reach, and focus. About time, we were only able to air the questionnaire, which was an additional demerit due to the time differences. About reach, due to the limited time, the reach was also limited to our family, friends, and relatives that were included in this survey. And about focus, the spread of misinformation is done through various means, but for this study, we have limited ourselves only on social media.
Now moving on to one of the important questions. Did national media run campaigns? Starting off with Bosnia and Herzegovina, national channels of the country did make awareness-raising commercials in the form of instruction on how a particular person can protect themselves properly, and also informed different media houses on how to report on news related to COVID-19 virus. Now moving on to India, there was no official campaign as of such from the side of the official Indian government, but the government did issue notices to different social media platforms and websites on how to curb misinformation and on checking the misinformation that is present in their respective sites. But there indeed were fact-checking programs initiated by different media houses personally. And now moving on to Germany, there was one campaign that was run by official health commission of European Union in Germany named Fighting Misinformation About COVID. Now moving on to the conclusion, individual responsibility, impact on mental well-being and health, overall opinion. Individual responsibility, social media as a secondary source of information is okay. Maintaining a healthy level of curiosity for the content you're consuming on social media platforms and inheriting fact-checking practices. Second, impact on well-being and health. The volume of mis or disinformation available on social media contributed negatively to the mental health and well-being of society. And our overall opinion, social media is a very influential tool for those who use it ethically with appropriate intent and a sense of responsibility. As you can see, these are the resources that we went through to prepare this PPT. Now, ending our presentation with this beautiful quote, do not believe all that you hear and see. Always check the original source of the information, by Leila Gifty Akida. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for this wonderful and interesting presentation. So I kindly ask the group again also to switch on your cameras again. I think you did a really great work, especially if we consider that you also have conducted such a survey and analyzed it in a relatively short amount of time. And it was really a pleasure to listen to your presentation. It's also great to see there are actually already coming up a lot of questions. You obviously have also caught the interest of our audience. And I would say we can right away start with answering one of the questions.
Yeah, Julia Ackman says that this is really interesting presentation, and she's interested in whether do we think that social media platforms should restrict and delete anonymous content about COVID-19 completely, or if we think that it would be more effective to pair possible misinformation with additional reliable informations. This questions is really interesting, and we were thinking about that when we were researching this this topic, and we came to some ideas that some authors or information scientists they said that should be more algorithms through the social media platforms that are blocking anonymous content, and in one way which says that, and this survey that we conducted says that the most of the people which we were discussing about this topic, they said that they are in favor of doing this. So this idea is pretty much good from the angle of those people that we had in survey, and so maybe someone should do something about that, like big social media channels. Oh, I hope that's
also yes. Also here, I would like to say that in our survey, we found that most of the people do not really rely on social media as their primary source of news information. Also, as a matter of misinformation is concerned, I believe blocking would not be the perfect solution, because there's not, I don't think there's any way where you can block or delete all the misinformation which is available on internet, because internet is really vast. If we talk about social media, you cannot even if we talk about technology, I don't think it is possible to go through every single post which is being uploaded every single day and to see if that information is correct or not. That's a ton of work. And also we found that that there were 19 million mentions of COVID-19 across social media and news sites worldwide within 24 hours of the first confirmed case found outside China. So this clearly says that there's a ton of information which is available outside, and when there's a situation where we do not really know if what is true or what is wrong, I think deleting and restricting all the posts regarding that would not be beneficial, whereas we can use filters to control the information. We can use keywords instead to see if the informations are not abusive online, and they're written in a manner which is not offensive to any group or any society particularly. Yes, anyone else wants to add?
I believe that's the answer also for Dilaris question in chat. So we move on. Are there some skills to identify reliable information and trustworthy accounts on social media?
Yes, there is 5 criteria way with which you can evaluate or critically check if the information available is right, which is accuracy, checking the accuracy, checking the authority, objectivity of the information which is being consumed, and coverage of the information, and to see the background of the knowledge which is coming from, where is it coming from.
Yeah, the next question was, would you say that Corona's strong presence on social media displaces other important news?
Well, it of course was the case, because COVID was something most of us thought that, okay, it is more like it will be limited to a certain country or certain community at first, but slowly when it started to spread, it took over, it was all over the place, all over the internet or all the media channels. So I would say that yes, it did kind of displaced or overpowered other information which was happening at the time.
Yeah, and I would also add that as we have seen in the results, that people fought hardly with those informations, and they were trying to get out of them. So in the survey, we have a high amount percentages when we are talking about entertainment, about the other news that aren't so conducted to the topic of COVID-19. So I would say in conclusion that people try to run from those informations. For those of us whose primary goal is to stop mis and disinformation, well, what strategies of distribution beyond publishing might we consider? So I think that we had some hints about this question when Sakshi was talking about some points about fighting with dis or misinformation. Do you think there should be mandatory guidelines on the ethical use of for social media?
If anyone from the group would like to answer that. In my opinion, I believe there is a necessity to have guidelines or protocols on the social media to eliminate or to reduce the misinformation which is available online. And many companies are moving ahead with the fact that, okay, let's have some algorithm changes, or let's have AI and human interventions included on the social media.
Yeah, also we have some amount of questions which are about the capabilities to recognize misinformation. I think that we also talked about that earlier, so we're gonna skip those.
There's a question by Annabelle. Do you think there should be more be done to protect people from misinformation on social media? Who should be responsible for that, in your opinion? I think no one is to be blamed here, because social media is a platform where its basic purpose is to share your personal opinions and your whatever you feel like. So I don't think there's anyone who's to blame specifically, although social media companies can do more regarding it. Also, protecting people from misinformation is totally personal. I think we should, there's a need to increase information literacy and the consumption patterns in the people. They should be aware of what they're consuming and what impact it has on the society and on themselves personally.
Thank you. I think this was also a good Ms. Lida, we want to add something?
Yeah, maybe just short to this question. I think if you look in other topics, how they are handled on social media platforms, it is in most cases that the platform takes always the responsibility for the content on the platform. So if you look at data privacy, for example, the platform has to take responsibility for it. And also for copyright is a big topic. Like if a creator is mistreating the copyright, then it's always up to the platform to inform this creator about it and to block it or to ban it. So I think if you translate this logic to the COVID pattern, you also have to say that the platform is kind of responsible for the content on it.
Thank you. I think these were good closing words. Unfortunately, we have to look at our schedule so that we somehow stay in time. I think we could continue a long time discussing your presentation. There are still a lot of questions. Thank you for answering a lot of them already. You did a great job, also how you moderated yourself. I kindly ask you again, like also the previous groups did, please try also to answer all the remaining questions in the chat, and there we can continue our discussion. And now I would thank you again and continue to our next group, which is in a similar area, but with a focus on financial markets and companies. And therefore, I would also like to hand on the moderation to probably Tessie or Joachim. Bye.
Mr. Griesbaum, we can't hear you.
Hello, everyone. Shall we continue with the next group? I call upon the next group, which is worked on fake news and its impact on financial markets and companies. Can you switch on your cameras and introduce yourselves, please?
Morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone out there. My name is Siddharth Rajinair. I'm pursuing the BE Economics Honors from the Symbiosis College of Arts and Commerce, and I'm really glad to be sharing our perspectives on fake news and its impact on financial markets and companies. Thank you.
Today, my group and I, composed of Shori, Ekta, Joanne, Leila, Enisa, and Giovanni, will be presenting to you fake news.
My name is Anita. I'm 22. I'm from Bosnia and Herzegovina. I'm currently studying Latin language and Roman literature and information sciences at Faculty of Philosophy in Sarajevo.
Hello everyone, I'm Ekta and I'm from India and I'm currently pursuing my graduation in commerce from Symbiosis College of Arts and Commerce, Pune, Maharashtra, and I'm really excited for this. So yes, thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Shaurya Moti and I'm from India. I'm currently pursuing my Bachelor's of Commerce at Symbiosis College of Arts and Commerce, and I hope you like our presentation. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Leila from Bosnia and Herzegovina, Sarajevo. My camera is not working and I'm gonna use the just microphone. Currently I'm attending master's studies in comparative literature and information science at Faculty of Philosophy in Sarajevo. And I'm so happy because I'm the part of this conference.
Hello, my name is Siddharth, and today my group and I, composed of Shaurya, Ekta, Joanne, Leila, Enisa, and Giovanni, will be presenting to you about fake news and their impacts on financial markets and companies. On the agenda, we have the following topics of discussion: what is fake news, impacts of fake news, recent examples, scientific perspectives as well as practical insights, preventions and solutions, challenges and ethical issues, and finally the conclusion.
Hello everyone, I'm Ekta, and in this slide we will be discussing about fake news. Well, the fake news issue is currently a hot topic. But before we proceed, it is extremely important for us to know what fake news exactly is. Fake news refers to the dissemination of disinformation and doctored narratives oiled by economic as well as political motives. However, fake news isn't something that just impacts us on an individual level. It is something much more than that. Increasingly, we are seeing businesses fall victim to fake news. One of the many tech giant driven issues that the Netflix docudrama The Social Dilemma highlights is the dangers of fake news. As we navigate through the pandemic, the age of disinformation has reared its very ugly and hazardous head unlike ever before. For businesses, social media is an excellent way to connect as well as communicate with customers online. At the same time, however, it also brings new risks to businesses as they equally can become targets of disinformation which is readily consumed by a significant number of people online. Fake news in the corporate environment can destabilize the reputation of companies and managers, generating reputational crisis and can affect direct revenues. This topic of ours intends to explore the various impacts and consequences of fake news on financial markets and companies. It also opens doors to brainstorming for innovative ideas in order to combat this evil through the powerful tool of information literacy. We are very well aware of how fake news stories can cause plummeting stock prices, destroy the reputation of a business, or even cause unreasonable customer expectations. Here, we shall discuss the impacts of fake news on financial companies and markets mainly under two heads, which is economic and social. Coming to the economic impacts first, fake news bleeds the company's budgets. Reports say fake news leads to negative impacts on sales of products and services, which is mostly due to the eroded customer confidence. And because of this, companies are forced to ramp up their marketing campaigns, which instill hefty spending. In the past year, hundreds of companies have been forced to spend huge sums denying false information against their companies, which includes legal and investigation expenses. Fake news can also cause fluctuations in the stock markets, which is not always financially healthy for the companies. So, fake news is obviously financially a burden for the company. Now, there are a lot of social impacts as well, the most significant being a drop in the company's reputation and value. A strong brand reputation is a valuable asset for any business, driving higher customer acquisition, satisfaction, loyalty, and advocacy. Fake news cuts into these valuations by poor placements. Consumers and stakeholders may lose confidence in the company and the brand. Even the employees may portray unrest as a result of trusting this fake news. Resources are also diverted towards solving this crisis, ignoring certain very important social aspects like training, CSR, etc. I mean, it really is unbelievable how a single piece of fake news can heavily erode years of trust in the company.
Indian pharma giant Piramal suffered a financial loss with its share price hitting low due to fake news, which was widely circulated first on WhatsApp and then on other social media platforms. The malicious WhatsApp forward about the financial health of the company was false and mischievous, according to Piramal. Piramal Enterprises strongly confronted this rumor in a press release. The statement said, Piramal Enterprises Limited categorically refused Basil's rumors regarding loan defaults by real estate developers to its lending arms Piramal Capital and Housing Finance. The developers like Nahar, referred to in the rumors, are part of Piramal Enterprises' lending portfolio, but they have never defaulted on any interest or repayment obligation. Soon after, Piramal Enterprises filed a complaint. Furthermore, Piramal Enterprises on their official Twitter handle has been continuously tweeting about their financial status. BH Telecom case. This example concerns a fake giveaway on behalf of BH Telecom. It was organized through websites that are not owned by BH Telecom. These were gifts, mobile phones for users of their services. BH Telecom has warned its users and stated that any visit to this site could potentially commit a malicious act on your devices, which may include data theft, financial damage, or the installation of viruses on the devices. In addition to the fake giveaway, the company warned of the spread of a software virus that users could send via SMS or messages to some of the correspondence applications, for example Viber, WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, and Instagram. Downloading the application installs the virus on the mobile device, after which the device becomes unusable and the virus sends the same messages to all contacts from your phone book. Deutsche Telekom case. In 2000, in a third tranche, the T share was offered to retail investors for 63 euros per share. Since then, however, it has gone down rapidly to about 17 euros. Deutsche Telekom didn't provide sufficient information on the company and the current situation or risk classification, and its third IPO in 2000, according to the numerous allegations made by the plaintiffs. 20 years later, a settlement proposal was presented at an oral hearing before the Oberlandesgericht Frankfurt am Main in the capital investor standard proceedings for the third IPO of Deutsche Telekom. The Bond Group now wants to reimburse them for the difference between the old and the current price. About Telekom case as a blueprint for other processes, Klaus Nieding of the German Securities Protection Association said that result must also serve as a model for the pending sample proceedings, in particular against Volkswagen and Porsche in the diesel.
Hello, my name is Siddharth, and I'll be talking about the scientific perspectives as well as the personal insights that we have found out during our study. During the course of our research, we've come across a vast magnitude of material in the form of surveys, case studies, and other data. From these, we were able to pick out certain scientific observations that were present in most, if not all, cases. They are as follows. The role of government in curbing fake news. An important aspect to understand is that the government and its various agencies are an important stakeholder in preventing the manufacturing and spread of disinformation. In the case with Lendigo Holdings, we saw how the Securities and Exchange Commission Board of America uncovered an illegal and undisclosed stock promotion scheme that overpriced the stock price by a huge margin. In such situations, we see the essential role of government played by investigating and prosecuting institutions and individuals who spread fake news with the objective of financial gain. At the same time, we also stress that the government should not exceed its powers and strangulate the media, which is often the outcome in many a nation. The second is the role of technology. It would be criminal to not mention the dynamic role of technology seen in all the cases reviewed by us. On the negative side, technology and its intermediaries have been used, be it directly or indirectly, to spread disinformation regarding companies and their activities. Social media technology unfortunately falls under this bracket and makes up a huge chunk of it. Nevertheless, the same technology has often been the one that has been identified fake news and called out people and institutions that manufacture as well as propagate the same. And lastly, the effect on society and community. A very important thing to understand is that it is not only companies that are affected by fake news and misinformation against them or for them. Community as a whole is also affected in the process. In most cases, the consumers of a product or service produced by the said firm are the first members to be affected. Later on, the employees who work for the firm, and soon anyone who is associated with the firm in any way, such as even living in close proximity to their factories or offices. Such consequences can make or break the firm, depending on the misinformation. However, the outcome is never that great for a firm, be it in any scenario. Now on to the practical insights. In regards to the practical insights, we went forward by applying the knowledge compiled in the research phase, and as a result, we have come up with 3 important points. First being enhanced social media presence. The best way to combat fake news effectively and efficiently is that companies and regulatory bodies must maintain a social media presence. Social media is often the first place any sort of disinformation spreads, as it caters to a large audience in a matter of seconds. This goes especially for websites such as Twitter, Reddit, and so on. Keeping this in mind, if the companies and regulatory bodies had a strong presence online, they could quickly deal with the situation before considerable damage has been done to the organization and its functions. Next is regulations for cryptocurrency. Although we have not explored cryptocurrency in detail in the previous sessions, we've understood it as a very dangerous and unpredictable variant in the whole process. In the past few years, cryptocurrency has emerged as the single most uncertain and variable factor when it comes to finance. Ever since the Bitcoin boom, the craze for Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies are far from dying down. With it brings a bundle of malicious opportunities for people with certain agendas. Therefore, it is imperative that government and other stakeholders develop regulations to stabilize Bitcoin from an unpredictable and extraneous variable to a constant regulated form of currency and finance. And lastly, the promotion of healthy competition and prosecution of sabotage. Healthy competition among firms must be encouraged, but the government and the people must be watchful for any signs of unhealthy competition. A significant portion of fake news targeting companies was found to be either linked directly or indirectly to the competing firms who wanted to ruin their competitor and take over their market share. Such acts should be clearly brought to the attention of the law and punished as such.
There are several alternatives to deal with falsehoods and disinformation that can be undertaken by various organizations. Many of these ideas represent solutions that combat fake news and disinformation without endangering the freedom of expression and investigative journalism. Let's now go over the responsibilities that the government has. First of all, one of the most important things the governments around the world can do is to encourage independent and professional journalism. The general public needs reporters who help them make sense of complicated developments and deal with the ever changing nature of social, economic, and political events. In a time of considerable turmoil, it is vital to have a healthy fourth estate that is independent of public authorities. Now, let's move on to the responsibilities that the technology company has. Technology firms should invest in technology to find fake news and identify it for users through algorithms and crowdsourcing. There are innovations in fake news and hoax detection that are useful to media platforms. Let's take an example of the Social Truth Project that will provide individuals with easy access to the capabilities of novel data-driven services such as fake news detection based on AI technology and content verification, trust and integrity based on blockchain technology. This project has received funding from the European Union's Horizon 2020 Research and Innovation Programme. Now, let's move on to how the public itself can protect itself from fake news and disinformation. Individuals can protect themselves from fake news and disinformation by following a diversity of people and perspectives. Relying upon a small number of like-minded news sources limits the range of material available to the people and increases the odds they may fall victim to hoaxes and false rumors. This method is not entirely fail-safe, but it increases the odds of hearing well-balanced and diverse viewpoints.
My name is Joanne, and I'm going to talk about the challenges and ethical issues. So, as we already mentioned, by fake news we mean not only fake news, but also disinformation and misinformation. Fake news is therefore considered as an umbrella term, which makes it all the more difficult to detect and combat fake news. And the broad spectrum of the term makes it all the more significant and thus creates a much greater challenge not only for internet users, but also for companies and financial markets. Which means that fake news challenges our obligations not only in terms of the importance of true information, but also in terms of the value of encouraging the use of media. Which makes it equally important not only to look at solutions to detect and stop fake news, but also, as Stroud says, more consideration should be given to the ethical compromises, as this is a necessary step to steer policy comprehensively. The ethical aspect of the impact of fake news on financial markets and companies are immense. The very aspect of spreading disinformation about a firm or an institution is unethical in the first place. It is important to note once again that it is not only companies who bear the brunt, but in fact it is the common people who are affected the most. It should be noted that moral situations in any practical context are inherently complex and require an examination and assessment of their moral character. Thus, ethical analysis is on the one hand a necessary process, and on the other one that can fail and be revised afterwards. In the age of digitality and the current discourse on fake news, the ideal of finding the truth is in the foreground. Current phenomena in the field of fake news are often defined as intentionally and demonstrably wrong, which can mislead readers. In addition to this simple definition of fake news, other definitions show the complexity of fake news. Some of them are classified into up to 7 types of problematic content in the spectrum. This makes it particularly clear how difficult it is to detect fake news since the term includes many other areas in its meaning. The lack of a clear and all-encompassing definition of fake news makes it difficult to detect and minimize it. Furthermore, it is imperative to inculcate the ability to differentiate half-truths or incomplete facts. Often the case is that consumers are confused or have had a negative experience and are in qualms about a particular service or product, and as a result either generalize their own experiences or come to their own conclusions. Consumers and investors must be more diligent in reviewing their experiences and must communicate with the firm officially before taking any further action. This would save a lot of time, effort, and any sort of misunderstanding.
Presentation is about impact of fake news of financial markets companies. Financial markets and companies are extremely vulnerable of fake news, and it can cause elephant impact on them. It also opens doors for innovative ideas to combat this evil through the powerful tool of information literacy. We mentioned recent examples of fake news from Bosnia and Herzegovina company Telekom, Germany company Deutsche Telekom, and India firm Giant Paramel. In regards to scientific perspectives on impact of news on financial markets and companies, we came across the following: role of government in curbing fake news, role of technology, and effect on society and community. In regards to personal insights on impact of news on financial markets and companies, we came across the following: enhanced social media presence, a regulation for cryptocurrency, promotion of healthy competition, and the prosecution of sabotage. Government responsibilities. One of the most important things government around the world can do is encourage independent professional journalism. Technology company responsibilities. Technology firms should invest in technology to find fake news and identify it for users through the algorithms and the crowdsourcing. How the public can protect itself. Individuals can protect themselves from false news and disinformation by following a diversity of people and perspectives. Misinformation is not going away in the future as the news and financial world continue to develop and grow while more people gain a platform each day. Companies need to have preventive measures in place by maintaining active presences in social media and other developing a news platform where they are able to constantly be on guard and engage fake news instances that seek to cause them harm. News sources must become more reliable and dependable in the accuracy of the news that is shared on their platforms, while consumers have to start doing a better job at corroborating their news and acting based on their findings. Bye.
Hello everybody, my name is Giovanni Rodriguez, and this is the resources slide of our presentation. For recent examples, we came across hit by fake news on WhatsApp. Indian companies are seeking help from the law. For scientific perspective, we came across research papers on Parsons, David D., Chancellor's Honors Program projects in PECU, Bianca American University Business Law Review. All photos have been taken from royalty-free sites such as Pixabay.com, Unsplash.com, and iStockPhoto.com. For preventionist solutions, we came across a report on how to combat fake news and disinformation by Daryl M. West. For challenges and ethical issues, we came across Pragmatist Media Ethics and the Challenges of Fake News by Stroud R. Scott in Journal of Media Ethics. Tools used were Canva, WhatsApp, Google Me, and Google Search. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you. That was quite a long presentation, but you've covered so many aspects. I request the group to come online and moderate the session. Would you like to take? There was a question I saw from Felix, was it?
Yes, ma'am, from Felix. So I'm not sure if you meant that question for the previous group or for us, but I'll nevertheless give our inputs as well. So definitely we feel that social media, especially when it comes to political personalities or anyone for that matter, private social media companies do not have any right to regulate them, through their own views and through their own objectives. Unless the law treats them as such, then they have no other rights to cancel or curtail their right of free speech. So we are, in other words, against the curtailing of free speech by social media companies, private social media companies, in fact, based on the basis of whims and fancies of those investors who might be looking for other motives. So I hope I've answered your question. Okay, we see a question about Melina. Do you think that companies should ignore some of the misinformation campaigns against them, or take the risk of worsening the situation by releasing a statement to defend themselves? So we believe that the companies should first of all analyze the situation, because it is quite important that the companies realize the business environment which they found themselves in. So definitely they should not ignore, because that would be the first and foremost warning. We should face the challenges that the companies are facing as well. So if they face a particular fake news challenge against them, they should critically analyze the situation and take it up to higher legal authorities. And also a press release would always do good in case the public isn't convinced. So, that is a proper course of action.
Adding to what Siddharth just said, picking out an example from our own presentation here, we had talked about Pyramid, which had the same problem, and then they actually released a press statement, and in that way they were able to actually control the people and instill confidence back. So I believe press role, as Siddharth rightly mentioned, plays a very important role when it comes to misinformation. So yes.
Replying to All Health's question, sorry if I mispronounced your name, you mentioned that whether these companies whether these companies should be banned or not. One second, I lost the question. Sorry, not All Health's question. It was Antonio Weir's question. He asked whether these companies should be banned or not. I think banning a company should be a last resort. Moreover, there should be a courtroom hearing, like what we saw last year with Apple, Google, and Microsoft. If these companies are found to be spreading misinformation or not portraying information clearly to the general public, yes, court hearings should be there, but banning them is a very extreme step, because these companies also have many benefits. So yes, laws should be made, laws should be changed so that private companies don't take benefits of this.
I would just like to step in. I think we missed two initial questions at the start. So sorry, Chad and Motahari. So I'll start with Chad's first. Yes, we do think it's possible that companies often spread fake news against their, competitors anonymously to make the situation worse for them and to improve their own market position. There have been no proven examples, as far as I know. I could be wrong, but it is definitely a possibility. There have been certain allegations all throughout, our course, be it in any country, that competitors have often taken things into their own hands and, often blame the other for worsening their prospects. Now on to Motahari. Yes, definitely. The main factor for making a news seem authentic is the statistics. That's what we believe, because looking at the financial point of view, if we add in more numbers, more figures, more graphs, it tends to look a little bit more authentic. So I think that could be the most ideal way of presenting unverified or a fake news as real. So I think that's the tactic. That's a marketing position that most companies do in order for.
And adding on to that, I also believe that when they start triggering the public or instilling a lot of panic in them, then we start believing whatever comes to the picture, just like the last team presented about the COVID, for instance. So I believe even triggering people by instilling fear is also one reason. So yes.
And replying to Genia Locus's question, he asked that how, in your opinion, can we make financial markets less vulnerable to fake news? That like on the slide of the solutions I said, that's I was mine. So I said that the general public itself should be made aware of how they intake information, and that they do not rely on just one source of information, but many sources of information, so that the news that they are intaking isn't fake news, and hence these situations of market volatility due to fake news won't happen if the general public itself is aware that which news is fake and which isn't fake.
I'm very sorry to interrupt, but I think we have run out of time completely.
I don't know, can you hear me now?
And I think, yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay, then I'm relieved, because last time I got the feedback I'm not audible. Yeah, we have another half-hour break. And we had some technical problems at the beginning. If you say we take 5 minutes more for discussion, then it's okay for me. Tessie,
Right.
it's your Tessie and Jeannie, it's your decision.
Yeah, so if we have 5 minutes more, I want to know your personal stand. Like, some have said the platform should take the responsibility in previous group discussions. Some have said that it's not the responsibility. Personally, you have to be able to, have your own guidelines for how you, use the information and communicate with the various platforms. So as a group, like, what would you like to, what is your stand? Facebook, for example, is a huge company, very powerful, but it is facing a lot of charges of antitrust, and also being party to the crime of, this kind of hate information. So knowing this, what would be your stand, and how would you, try to make a contribution? Would you continue with your Facebook account, or how would you? What would be your contribution in keeping all this in mind?
Ma'am, yeah, Ekta, if you want to go ahead, please.
No, please go ahead, Siddharth. It's all right. You can go ahead.
Ma'am, as a group, we firmly believe that the content that appears on Facebook or Twitter or any other social media, for that matter, is a large part the expression of the private individuals or a group of people of what they think or what they believe in. So obviously, the companies have certain limitations in taking down such content, or especially if there is a warranted appeal against that content or a post or a picture that is being posted. So companies by themselves, even though it's in their own domain of sphere, they cannot take it down willingly. So we feel that if a content is truly provoking a certain community or provoking certain sentiments that are negative towards a community, violence, or any other form of unfortunate behavior towards a particular community or a situation, we feel that yes, the companies should take a firm stand in taking down such content and bringing forth those people towards the law, to the attention of the law, and prosecuting them as such, because it is really important to find out the people in society who spew such venom against a particular situation or any group of people for that matter. So yes, we feel that the private companies should take a stand, but they should not overreach their power or abuse their power just due to the popular demand. Only if there's a proper legal recourse which is being followed can only we prosecute such people and bring such content to the highlight in the first place. Ekta, if you want, and Shori, if you want to add something, please.
Yes, I was going to say that as responsible citizens, I think while we are using any kind of social media platforms, I think it is a foremost responsibility to cross-check if the news is correct or not. Maybe going to some really trusted sources, or just cross-check through a lot of other sources as well, as to if the news that is being spread is correct or no. If it is not, it is also again our responsibility to report the same. We have options to report it, be it Facebook, Instagram, or any media. We have an option to report and flag the content. So I believe we need to, as responsible users of social media, we have to flag the content and bring it to the limelight as to, right, this content is not right and someone is trying to do something really ill for the society as a whole. So yes, that is something I would like to add.
Yeah, I'm totally with Ekta and Siddharth, and Ekta pointed out a major issue that we as citizens, responsible citizens should know that what we're uploading on the web and what we aren't. And about banning social media companies, again, banning should be a last resort. And there's also a thing called online accountability. Most of the time is when most of the time why fake news is circulated on these platforms like Facebook, Reddit, or Instagram is that the users that post them remain anonymous. Now, these companies can introduce a thing called online accountability, which means that they are either using their passport's name or they're doing some, or they are feeding their phone number or something legal to identify themselves on these platforms. But then again, we move on to the argument of privacy. These companies have so much data on us and all. So I think that yes, dislikes, which YouTube has removed sadly, and dislikes and reporting functions should be available, and all of us who are using the social media app should know how to report a news if we get to know that it's fake. And that's the only way we can combat fake news on social media platforms. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ginny, would you like to ask anything?
Yeah, first of all, it was a wonderful presentation. So I would really like to congratulate all the students. You have done a wonderful job. I really like the way that you mentioned that how it affects the economy. So you mentioned that, that individual also gets affected because of this kind of a fake news that gets transmitted in the economy. And that is something that we need to be very much alert and be aware of and be more sensitive and be more responsible, in not propagating such kind of fake news, because it affects each and every one of the individuals, because it affects the entire economy. And that's something that we need to be more aware of and be, do something on those lines. And then that is exactly what you mentioned in your presentation. So that was wonderful. I don't have any more questions, but there are some more questions, I think, on the chat box. Probably you can, answer those questions, or maybe as the earlier group had done, you can, type in your answers on your chat boxes. Thank you, students.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you all for
Thank
listening
you,
to our
ma'am. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hopefully not goodbye, but we just continue with the next, and it's actually it's the last students presentation, and I invite.
We will now talk about work on the next.
I invite the moderators, Tom and Trudy, and the group to, what's the formulation? To take over the audience. No, that's not to go on the stage. Yes.
Thanks so much, Joachim. I'm Tom Mackey, and I'll be moderating this session. Trudy is listening and will be watching, but I'll moderate this for the both of us. So if all the students could, as you're doing, turn on your cameras and introduce yourselves. So for the students who are here, we're really looking forward to this presentation.
Yeah,
So
shall we
if you
start
could
introducing now?
Yeah, introduce yourself. Each of you introduce yourselves.
Okay, hello everybody, my name is Luka Bošković. I am 24 years old and I'm a student of comparative literature and information sciences at the Faculty of Philosophy at the University of Sarajevo. Our group's task was a little bit different from the other groups, as it was part research and also part practical writing. Our task was to write a Metaliteracy Wikipedia article, and also while doing it, we were supposed to research about Wikipedia as an information platform and also to prove the relevancy of metaliteracy in today's society. And that's the basics of the collective introduction, and I will leave the other colleagues from my group to introduce themselves. And also, our group has Ellen Batalo from the State University of New York, but she couldn't participate today due to health reasons.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chris. I'm currently 18 years old. I'm a student of Symbiosis College at Arts and Commerce, and I'm currently doing my BCom with an ACCA degree. And I'm looking forward to this presentation and interacting with all of you. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Gautami Rane, and I am a second-year BCom honors student specializing in banking from Symbiosis College of Arts and Commerce, Pune, India. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Feja Kurenovic. I'm a senior assistant at the University of Sarajevo at the School of Information Science at the Faculty of Philosophy. And I'm coming from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and I'm glad that we are part of this conference. Rebel, we can't hear you. I don't think.
Doesn't work. Maybe just write a few lines in the chat and we continue. I think we start. Maybe Ms. Schürhausen joins later. All right.
Great. Thank you. Sounds good.
Read the article in a collaborative environment.
Hello everyone, we will now talk about work on the Metaliteracy Wikipedia article in a collaborative environment. In this presentation we will cover what is Wikipedia and its basic rules, what's Metaliteracy and its goals, and the process of writing the Metaliteracy Wikipedia article. Wikipedia is a free online encyclopedia which content is made and regulated by a network of users. All work on Wikipedia must adhere to the 5 pillars. In addition to them, there is a set of user-generated and user-regulated rules, and because almost all of Wikipedia is based on the work of voluntary users, there is a risk of bias. The 5 pillars of Wikipedia are the basis of all work done on the platform. They are fundamental rules and they are self-explanatory. Those pillars are as following. Number 1, Wikipedia is an encyclopedia. Number 2, Wikipedia is written from a neutral point of view. Number 3, Wikipedia is free content that anyone can use, edit, and distribute. Number 4, Wikipedia's editors, the users of Wikipedia, should treat each other with respect and civility. And number 5, Wikipedia has no firm rules. The final pillar opens the possibility for the 4 early ones to be further explained by guidelines. It also means that the rules are, as the content, prone to change by its users. Even though there are no firm rules, the pillars aren't enough to provide rules and guidelines for the work on the content of Wikipedia. The 5th pillar puts the rules as both a kind of regulation and a kind of content. So the rules are prone to change depending on the changes of circumstances and also a way to provide a higher quality in the process of collaboration and the quality of content. The rules can be divided into 7 groups depending on what they are about. We have behavioral rules that are further explaining the 4th pillar on civility and also to provide a guide for a more productive way of communication. We have editing rules which usually provide advice about categorization and navigation. We have the content guide and naming conventions. The first one applies only to an article namespace and offers advice on identifying and inclusion of information, and the second gives correct ways to name articles on certain topics. The deletion guide explains the criteria and procedures for deleting unwanted pages. An example for that criteria is an article with no sources of information. The style guidelines contains extensive advice on writing, and it corresponds to the first 2 pillars, as encyclopedia entries are written in a style differently from news or academic articles, and the neutral point of view is acquired both by style and sources. Finally, we have notability guidelines which outline the criteria that the subject must meet to merit Wikipedia articles, as it's not possible for any encyclopedia to provide entries about everything known in the known world.
One of Wikipedia's pillars of a neutral point of view is in direct conflict with the bias that can be found within. Wikipedia's classification problem is directly tied to its aspirations toward universality. Universal access fails to recognize the social and political barriers to realizing such an ideal. Editing power and decision-making rests with a small group of people. Who has been there the longest? Who has the most say? Who has the loudest voice? And that voice is predominantly white and male. In particular, Wikipedia suffers from an age-old sexist tendency, that of defining a woman by her relationship status with a man. Wikipedia's openness and anonymity leave it vulnerable to manipulation by neo-Nazis, white nationalists, and racist academics seeking a wider audience for extreme views. Respective points of view can be attributed to specific sets of editors, resulting in false and misleading content. As an example, in 2018, historians at the University of Zagreb stated that the Croatian Wikipedia had factual mistakes and ideologically loaded language, and they referred their students to English Wikipedia instead. The past president of Wikimedia DC, James Hare, asserted that a lot of Black history is just left out of Wikipedia due to articles predominantly being written by white editors.
We come to one of the most important questions of the presentation. What is metaliteracy? As we can see in this slide, we define metaliteracy as a pedagogical model for thinking and knowing in the open age of social technology that is both connected and divided. To have a context on what the word metaliteracy means, the meta prefix in metaliteracy was initially defined to encourage learners to think about their own thinking while taking charge of their learning through self-regulation. Based on our understanding, metaliteracy is built upon the existing information literacy. It is also an overarching and self-referential framework. It integrates emerging technology and unifies multiple literacy types. It also gives an emphasis on producing and sharing information in participatory digital environments. On to the next part of the slide, we talk about metaliteracy and its goals. Metaliteracy has 4 major goals. Goal number 1, actively evaluate content while also evaluating one's own bias. It talks about evaluating the content and bias. Goal number 2, engage with all intellectual property ethically and responsibly. This goal is about the false info and about being the responsibility of individuals to ethically produce content. Goal number 3, produce and share information in a collaborative and participatory environment, refers to sharing information in collaboration. And goal number 4, developing learning strategies to meet lifelong personal and professional goals. This goal emphasizes learning as a lifelong process and learning from errors or mistakes. In the next slide, we talk about a metaliterate learner. There are 4 major domains of a metaliterate learner, them being metacognitive, cognitive, behavioral, and affective. There are several different characteristics of a metaliterate learner, such as being informed, collaborative, participatory, reflective, civic-minded, adaptable, open, and productive. There are 7 different roles that a metaliterate learner can take on, such as a researcher, participant, communicator, translator, author, teacher, collaborator, producer, and a publisher. To delve a little more in the meaning of each of these characteristics, we have a look into this particular flowchart. Being informed refers to explore info creation process, assess content and bias, and seeking guidance from experts. Being collaborative, attribute to entering ongoing conversations, seek out research conversations. Being participatory, contribute to information marketplace, understanding responsibility of participation, and contribute to scholarship. Being reflective, indicate maintaining attitude via self-evaluation, be aware of own bias, examine own information privilege. Being civic-minded refers to respecting ideas of others, recognize disempowering systems, and value a diverse worldview. Being adaptable, point out to accepting ambiguity, exhibit mental flexibility, and persist in face of such challenges. Being open, seeks out multiple perspectives and maintains an open mind. And last but not least, productive. It understands information dissemination methods, recognizing roles as scholarship contributor, and value knowledge production process.
Now we want to look further into why the Wikipedia entry on meta-literacy hasn't been published yet. And there were two comments. The first comment was made in 2018, and it was basically saying that the new word or concept of meta-literacy is based on a single book and that it has not yet risen to the level of inclusion into encyclopedia. And it also said that it has to be covered in multiple and independent, reliable sources. So that was the first time that the draft was published to Wikipedia, and it was rejected. Then it was published again in 2020, but it was also rejected. This time, the second comment was saying that it was only used by a handful of people and that the additional sources do not support its notability. So it was basically a bit better than the first one, but there were probably still a few issues with the article. So our objective to get the article published was to resolve these comments. Therefore, we first had a look at the Wikipedia draft and analyzed it and tried to find what was the problem or what the people writing these comments have a problem with. So we first found that there were too many and long citations, which is probably what the first comment said, that it was kind of like a dictionary entry. Then we analyzed the references used. There were 16 in total, and 6 by them were by Jacobson and Mackey. That was something we wanted to keep in there because the concept was based on their idea. But we wanted to add more because there were only 5 about information literacy and 4 about practical application. So what we want to try is to add more references by other authors who use the concept of meta-literacy. And also what we found to be missing was that we needed a more clear differentiation of meta-literacy and information literacy. And like I just said, we wanted to add in more of the practical application of meta-literacy in different literature.
We'll now try to resolve the comments made earlier. Application of meta-literacy. So we can see that meta-literacy has been is being taught and is being accepted as a concept worldwide. So there's teaching about the use of social media as an information source. There's enriching, blending learning environments in China. We've also seen German universities and Bosnian higher education systems also trying to incorporate meta-literacy in their education. Later in 2021, it also talks about how they were used to develop better strategies to teach media and information literacy in education in Bosnia and other countries also. Now we can have a look at the application of meta-literacy, digital divide. So it is an empirical study concerning the connection of older adults to iPad technologies. So the study that was made, which had an observation in terms of how did they behave before using an iPad and after using an iPad. And the outcome was such that the participants were able to improve their meta-literacy skills, including their knowledge and self-reflection.
As we already mentioned, meta-literate learner is, among other things, a collaborator involved in a collaborative process. This is why we would like to mention the collaborative perspective, where this learning process was conducted in collaboration by 6 learners coming from 4 different countries across 3 different continents. Equally important is the gender perspective and gender balance, with participation of 3 female and 3 male students coming from different generations speaking 8 different languages, which helped us to jointly discover knowledge on meta-literacy created in all of these languages. In conclusion, this is the process we applied to get our collaborative version of Wikipedia article on meta-literacy in English language. Firstly, after thorough research, we started the process of rewriting the draft of the meta-literacy article, where we added practical application, conducted rewriting of the definition, and have added objectives with intention to make a better case why this term deserves an entry in the Wikipedia. After this process of writing, we have sent this draft to the original creator of Wikipedia entry, Ms. Gina Bennett, seeking her comments and thus involving her as well in this collaborative process. Finally, we resubmitted this new draft to the Wikipedia, and we are waiting for the administrators to give us the feedback. This process may take longer time, considering there are more than 3,000 articles currently under review. Some of our extensive research can be seen in references that represent just a small number of sources
we consulted. We hope this learning process will be as beneficial for you as it was for us. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, team. So if you could rejoin us, turn your camera on, and we'll have this interactive session. So for all conference attendees, feel free to type your questions in the chat box, and I'll be moderating that and posing the questions to the team. One question I have to start is, and I like what you said before the presentation, that this one is a little different because you're actually, you've conducted the research and the writing, and there's an opportunity here, even beyond the presentation, to have real impact because this entry is being considered by Wikipedia. So wouldn't it be great if your work could actually become a part of Wikipedia? So one question I have is, are there any updates in terms of where that process is? Have you heard anything in terms of perhaps how long it might take? So once you've worked with Gina on that, is there anything, any updates that you have for us?
Can you hear me now? That's great.
Yes.
I think it works.
Yes.
Yes, I can. We had a look at that. We uploaded it, I think, even at the beginning of this year, I think, the 3rd January. And they say that it takes at least 3 months until they review our submission. And right now there are like 3,000 submissions still to be reviewed. So we don't really know how long it takes, but we keep like watching the space because it will say it under the draft once we get an answer, basically.
Thanks for joining us, and I'm so glad that your audio is working now. That's great. And
Yeah.
I think you helped respond also to Nicole's question, was how regular are Wikipedia entries checked and reviewed? In your research, did you find it sounded like it could take a few months for this one, so in real world practice, but in your research, did you come across that question of how long it usually takes, or do they promise how long it might take for review and publication?
I don't really know how long. I think it depends on the time and how many articles are being published and how many people are able to review the published or the newly drafted articles. So I believe that, I think at least a couple months always, which I was surprised about because I thought it would be a couple weeks, but at least a couple months.
Excellent. And we also have another question here in the chat box. So I'll just read that for everyone. Seeing as metaliteracy is a multifaceted concept whose subtopics in themselves are also rather complex, do you think it would be possible for there to be courses on it in the future? In addition to that, there are already a number of different literacies out there: information literacy, digital literacy, news literacy, etc. Would you say metaliteracy is sort of all encompassing for those literacies, or are the other terms still relevant as well? What are your thoughts based on the excellent research you've done into not only Wikipedia, but metaliteracy?
I think I can answer that question. The metaliteracy, from the way I understood it, is basically a roof term. Roof term. I don't know if that's a correct term in the English language, but basically it encompasses all the other literacies into its own classifications of the skill sets that the metaliteracy proposes: the cognitive, the metacognitive, the behavioral, and the behavioral. And so, even though metaliteracy could be better than the before literacies, they can still exist in that concept, but they are not that much encompassing as metaliteracy itself. I hope I managed to answer that question short but clearly.
I would also like to add to what Luca said. I think one of the major components of the whole, the research that we did and everything, I think inclusion and collaboration are the 2 points that I really felt like we could come and stop, we would just come and stop on that one particular point. I mean, meta-literacy, I would say, is very much like the other literacies, yet very different from the other literacies. So it is very inclusive in nature, and it talks about collaboration, it talks about international aspects. So I think it has various dimensions to it. We cannot really put it in one particular structure and say this is meta literacy, because I think it comes in layers and it has various dimensions to it. So yeah.
Excellent. Other responses?
Well, as far as the course goes, I know that you already have an online course from the sunny Albany College. So there is already a course, an online course. But yeah, I think in future there will be more. I believe that the Wikipedia article probably is the first step in incorporating the topic and making it more, viewed by other people.
And also, I think we've identified some, let's say, test cases where meta-literacy was applied in other countries like China and so on, to try to see how it works in different settings, not only higher education. So I would say they already exist. It just takes time to realize that to follow up on Gautami's explanation is that meta-literacy is trying to give a structure to all the literacies we already have outside and put them in corresponding brackets, let's say, and give us an opportunity to realize what kind of development they can contribute to in terms of knowledge and education in general, and long life learning skills, let's say.
Excellent. And I have to say, it's great to hear your definitions of this term that Trudy and I have been working on. It's fantastic. I think one other, if I'll just add to, I think your responses are excellent. I think another difference that Trudy and I often talk about, that is meta-literacy is comprehensive and all-encompassing because it's very much about the learner. So the learner is very much at the center, and that's why it's configured that way in the diagrams. The idea of meta-literacy sort of focuses on the person and sort of how they reflect in these different environments. So it's not just about the digital or the information, but it's very much about the learner and how they develop as a learner and understand their own learning. So excellent points. And it's great to hear the question too about the course and your responses. We do have a few MOOCs out there, and also this course in many ways allowed us to develop meta-literacy courses at our institution. So we'd very much like to see that continue. So going back to the chat, so here's another question that we haven't addressed yet. Do you think meta-literacy should already be taught in schools with the increasing usage of social media as a source of information, especially in the younger generation? Great question.
Later, Dawood also asked basically the similar questions, so I think I will try to answer both questions as they can be answered together. But I personally believe that meta-literacy shouldn't be a specific subject different from every other subject taught, but that the structure that meta-literacy provides to the information literacies should be encompassed in other subjects. So while learning subjects like history, geography, literature, the student that is the learner, the meta-literate learner should also learn all the skills that are explained by the aspects of meta-literacy. So basically not as a different subject, but incorporated to other main subjects. That's my opinion to the question.
Excellent points. And what about the oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Okay, so I mean, I come from a country like India with like massive population, and we have like over 20, around 21 languages which are recognized by the Constitution of India. But there are so many more which are not even known, but people actually speak those languages. And during our research, what we found out that there was not much information in these regional languages, and these regional languages are super like very important when it comes to connecting with people and actually making them understand. And I think after COVID, like she rightly said, since COVID, like the children have been exposed to technology much like earlier than what they would usually happen in a very normal scenario. So I think now that the exposure towards social media is more, inclusion and maybe something which integrates meta literacy in other subjects, like Luca said, should be a part of it. Because it will lead to a lot of ruckus otherwise, and it has to be done in all the languages, considering that it reaches to the right people in the right time and the right stages and phases of their life.
Yeah, that's an excellent point about making it as accessible as possible. We've been lucky in that we've had some translations of the meta literacy goals and learning objectives, but your point shows how really expansive it needs to be to reach even more people. What about there's an aspect, and I think you both addressed this, but this focus, another part of that question too was about considering the use of social media. And we've had a few presentations today about sort of the impact of social media with misinformation, disinformation, fake news. What are your thoughts about that in particular, in terms of how people use social media and the connection to meta literacy, and how meta literacy perhaps could help people better understand those technologies?
In the question before, I mentioned that how meta literacy can be used as a good concept to teach history, geography, and similar humanities and social sciences. I mentioned that because while I was researching about different literacies, information literacy, media literacy, etc., most of them consider information as a binary that can be false or true. And while in humanities and in social sciences, most type of informations can be considered as such that they're important to the affective aspect of meta literacy, in a way that it doesn't matter that much the factography of certain periods in history in the human past, but as a present, as a human being, as a citizen, as somebody who lives in the present times, what can be done with that information. And so I think that this concept of meta literacy, especially the affective and the metacognitive aspects, can help the classes of history and geography to help the learners become more aware of the importance of that information, especially those kinds of informations in the social media platforms, in the public life, in the digital life of every citizen, be that they are experts in the social sciences or humanities, or just laymen who are interested in those topics. I hope I answered the question and they didn't stray too much away from the original thought.
I would just like to address the social media aspect. So one thing that we maybe didn't overemphasize, even though we should have, but I think we did, is that unlike other literacies, meta literacy recognizes the creation part of the information. So in that sense, information literacy, media literacy, and so on is on the side of consuming the particular information as source. While in meta literacy recognizes the creation part, and that's why it is important for social media, and why it's a good question in a sense of that we are more producers as much as we are consumers, unlike in the past, in before like 30 years ago. So in that sense, I think that it changed. The metaliteracy kind of is a natural progression of all the literacies we have introduced in the 80s and 90s. And it now recognizes that we also have to learn how to create an information, not only, or produce an information, not only to read it and verify it and so on. So in that sense, it is an important, metaliteracy is an important aspect for the social media age, basically.
I think this question just takes me back to the very first lecture that we have had of this entire process, wherein Professor pointed out how we very unintentionally tend to use pictures online, and even when something like when we make a project for our college, right? We tend to use these pictures and we don't really insert what is the source of the picture, right? And these are not the things that we do intentionally. It just happens because there's an unawareness about it. So I think with the previous question that was stated, there should be metaliteracy should be included right from the earlier stages of a student's life, maybe. So there's an awareness of the fact that this is maybe a violation of somebody's thing, or this is like the creator of it should be given the credit of his creation. So I think that becomes a very important part, making people aware of it from a very earlier stage of their learning process, maybe being in this space.
Such excellent responses. And I think it's very astute observation, because it is a critical part of metaliteracy, this idea of the learner as producer and not just a consumer of information. If I could just build on that question a little bit, because I think it's obviously an area I'm interested in. It's so key to the concept. And by the way, you've all the students in this course, you've done this. You've really been producers of content. You've done it collaboratively as well. What do you think happens? Well, first of all, do you think that students see themselves as producers of information before, just generally, and do you think that by foregrounding it in metaliteracy, how does that sort of help them, or do you think it helps them see themselves as producers? What are the benefits of seeing oneself in that way, of not just a consumer but a producer?
I think that was the first part that actually was very important to me when I first read about metaliteracy, that I think just realizing that when writing anything in social media or any other medium, that you are producing information, and that you kind of have a responsibility to produce information that is valid and and good to other people, I guess. And I think that's what was the biggest part for me, responsibility, just realizing that we have a responsibility when putting information on the internet.
Excellent. So making a connection to the responsibility that goes along with being a producer. Great point. And looking at the chat box, it looks like we do have another question regarding the collaborative article. Did you experience some of the mentioned bias within Wikipedia while you were working on it? That's a really interesting question.
Well, for now we haven't, because our article, we don't know if it has been published or not. But I will say that we were talking with Gina Bennett, who lives in Canada, about this topic, and she said that she actually uses neutral name so that no one can guess her gender. Because, while reading through it, there were 80% of the articles in Wikipedia are by male authors. And therefore, she was also saying that it is hard as a woman to get their own article published. Therefore, we actually let Feda publish the article, so we have a male person or name under it. Just so we don't know if they are biased, but we just did that as a precaution.
I would say, I also have a gender neutral nickname on Wikipedia, but I think we also try to avoid to prevent any possible bias. So whenever we thought that something could trigger some bias, we try to address it beforehand, which doesn't guarantee that we will not experience bias in sense of this article. I'm more interested to see, because our agreement sort of was that we should, considering the collaborative environment and multilingual environment, also translate this article into other languages for the purpose of the Wikipedias in other languages, to see how the administrators of these particular Wikipedia spaces will react once we actually republish this in German or Marathi or Hindi and so on. So that will be interesting.
Is it possible to... Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
There is the opportunity when you publish a draft to like write a little note in it, and we did write in it that we are 6 different people from different countries, and just to make sure that they know they're different, that there's no national bias or anything, because we all speak different languages and have different nationalities. So that was also something we did include.
That's excellent, because that you actually anticipated my question, because I was going to ask if there was a way to have all of you listed as authors, because it was a collaborative work. Thank you. And I see Yakim. How are we doing with time?
As usual, good, but in a progressed state. Actually, yes, I guess this was kind of signal that we now should go to the pause, so that we have 10 minutes before we continue with the workshop. And yeah, if there's anything urgent, bring it to a close. But else, I would say I'm impressed from this group also. I'm deeply impressed today by all the students' work.
Yes, congratulations. Excellent work, everyone.
All right, then thank you, everyone. And we continue at 5 o'clock. Till then, we have a short break. Yeah, welcome back to the last part of the conference, so-called workshop, Intercultural Perspectives on Information Literacy and Metaliteracy. What is the purpose of the workshop? What is the goal? I guess we want to reflect a bit on this project and discuss 2 things. First, we want to think about what was good, what was bad or not so good. Maybe, hopefully, there was nothing that bad. What did we learn and what did we get out of it? And in the second part of the workshop, we want to talk about the future. And now I invite all of my fellow instructors or the other instructors to activate the camera. And I also invite the representatives of the groups to activate the camera, so that we can have a discussion here in the plenum, so to speak. But there should also be an opportunity for everyone to participate. Therefore, if you have a look at the shared notes, I provided some points. You are invited to put in remarks, everyone on the stage or off the stage. And also there is the chat, of course, where you can contribute. I see the students are a bit hesitant, maybe. Ms. Warrior, please activate the camera, and the other students, representatives, too. It's an opportunity. It's not, you're not obliged, but I guess it's an interesting opportunity. We wait just a bit more. we wait a bit longer. I glaube, we wait a bit more. Bad English, I guess. Some problems with the camera. Okay, you can join us. Mr. Rachi, when I read your name right, I guess we begin. So everyone, I guess, could give an estimation what he or she felt about the current learning endeavor as we had realized it on all three stages. What was good, what can be improved, and what could we take out of it. Maybe Ms. Varia, it makes sense if students speak first, I guess.
Hello, am I audible? Is it there now?
You're audible, yes.
Okay, great. So in my perspective, this was definitely a really good experience. It's actually my second time being involved in a workshop involving metaliteracy and information literacy. So from this experience, I felt was it was the ability to very easily analyze the different topics that we were doing from a multicultural and international perspective. So for our group, the topic is Google, right? And because Google as a gatekeeper, so for us, it became tremendously easy for us to search different parts of the world to see what kind of results we were getting at the same time. That helped us broaden our understanding of the topic and also conduct research and everything in a more easy manner. So the fact that this was such a platform instead was really helpful. So it was one of the really great things, instantaneously collaborative during this entire process. I think you're just muted.
Yeah, sorry, audio microphone literacy is not that great on my part usually. Okay, thank you for the hint. Ms. Nair, what are your thoughts?
Professor, similar to what Meghna had said, I think I echo most of her points. It was a really wonderful experience, interacting with a lot of people, from different parts of the world, especially on a very crucial topic and a topic that's not talked about a lot, that is metaliteracy and information literacy. So often when we talk to others, we talk about, what's in the news, what's going on, current affairs, the recent fads, and so on and so forth. And topics like information literacy and metaliteracy are often overlooked or not even talked about. So understanding people's perspectives on this could have, definitely have large implications on understanding not only what that culture believes, but also what separates us and what brings us together. So I feel that's a very important aspect to focus upon. And also the fact about working with others as well, because we often do not get the chance, especially since it's the pandemic, we're not traveling anywhere. We're not going to other countries, we're not going to other states and interacting, in person. So the opportunity to get it done through online, and even though we are so far away, we could still coordinate a particular time. And, I think that's also a key factor that should not go unrecognized, that we find the time to do all this, even though each of us are in different parts of the world and have many other things to do. So I think that's a major point that we should, address as well. That's all from my side.
Thank you. That means three points basically. The first was that you say it was interesting because we could do these queries from Singapore to Hildesheim, and really, for example, this would be and the argumentation is that this makes this seldom handled topic, information literacy, more interesting because we get a broader perspective. And what would also be of interest for me is, what about intercultural encountering? Is it really intercultural, or are we a kind of higher education worldwide subculture, or did you experience any I don't know situations where you thought, oh, this is clearly can be explained by cultural differences, or is it something that is not so much visible in your real collaboration?
Oh, Professor, was that a question for me?
Both of you, to all of the students, basically.
I mean, if you would ask me, definitely, I would have never thought of the things if it were not for the inputs of my Bosnian and my German friends, because we are all conditioned to think in certain ways, and culture has a huge part to play in that. So, looking it through a different perspective on not only the same topic, but different topics, be it food or TV shows, for example, it was not just information literacy that we connected on, but a lot of other topics and forums and platforms as well. So I think that Connect gave it a little bit more of a friendly tone in between our connections, between the friends and between our mates from different parts of the world. So yes, I would definitely agree with what you've said. It was not just focused on work, but also a little bit of our interests and understanding the cultures of different people from different parts of the world. So I think I truly agree with what you said, Professor.
Ms. Moria, what is your estimation?
So in terms of the interculturality, for me, something that stood out was definitely in terms of how much we prioritize the protection of our data. So for me, and I think this may not be the same for everybody from India, right? Because I do know students from India who are more particular about the data they share, like how transparent they are online. But from what I've noticed in general is that most of the people that I know around, they're more comfortable with like the use of their data or like the explore of their data. But I realized like more my European friends or my friends from the States, they are more particular about those things, and that's that they really take note of, right? And that's something that I said I should also be more careful of. So like that was really interesting to me. And when we were discussing like how much of ourselves do we put out for for these to use, right? Yeah, that was something that was very interesting. Like how we utilize the internet, how do we yeah, it's mostly how we utilize the internet, I guess. Yeah, that was interesting.
So I understand that this social connection and wider scope than only this scope that goes beyond the learning task is an important part of the learning experience. Okay. I guess, thank you very much. Mr. Boskovic joins us. Maybe you would also add something?
I have enjoyed participating in this project especially because before I was a student of history archaeology, and in the meantime I changed my majors, and this conference and this whole workshop and the course were a reminder of what motivated me to decide to study and pursue information sciences. And also towards the questions about the collaboration culture, it was really fun, but I'm not somebody who's representative of the Bosnian or even the Balkan culture, because I was most influenced by the East Asian cultures like growing up, and it was really great to see how different approaches to certain subjects exist in different countries. Well, like when we were discussing about working on the Wikipedia, while we were discussing natural literacy, during the discussions there were interesting patterns and perspectives from the United States, from our colleagues from the United States of America, from our colleague from Germany and from our colleagues in India. So it was really interesting and a learning experience to see how much in every country those different approaches to certain subjects exist, and how they have a background in our upbringing during our childhood and also during the high school and during our formal education. So thank you for the opportunity to participate in this project.
Yeah, thank you. Now, I guess this is a good lead into the field, and I would like to hand over or ask the other instructors what they think, and maybe I can just put the staff first of all to Tessie, maybe. Microphone.
Yeah, I see this as a great opportunity for intercultural interaction. Some groups have been able to take it to a greater extent as compared to other groups. I do agree with some of the. I like the point about the fact that intercultural opportunity. The space for that, for interaction in the beginning, where you're trying to know each other, and if we can brainstorm on activities where they explore into the background and the way one interacts or behaves or talks or things, if there is a bigger window for that in the beginning, I think then the extent to which they get into the academic part, perhaps there will be a much more solid foundation is what I feel. Perhaps it may give scope to open up and interact more on the academic deliberation that they have later on. So I feel that window for interculturally knowing about each other, that how that window can be widened, perhaps would help to strengthen the latter part, is one aspect which I feel. I feel the website, the web page that you have devised is very nice, and perhaps a small space can be kept for students who have passed out from this intercultural collaborative attempt. Maybe there too they can talk about films and music and traditions and cultures and put their questions, and somebody can moderate. I had talked to you about internships. Maybe students from these groups can, they can be kept in charge of that part where they perhaps can moderate it and see that the best articles or whatever suggestions can be put up on the interactive site. I thought for Metaliteracy, they have given an article, collaborative article. So that's another, besides the presentations, I think perhaps they could pair up and do small research papers or articles some way where it gets published besides the current format of the presentation. Yeah, that's about all that I have to suggest right now.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I guess this is a good idea that we now come to talk about, what can possibly be improved. I guess our learning environment, the Moodle, will be available till September next year. And then we have to decide if we have the resources to renew it, but till then we have it available. Who's next? Who wants to add something? Just speak. I guess we are a small enough circle so that everyone can.
I would like also to add some comments. As a lecturer at the Library and Information Science program, I think it's this kind of topics are clearly show us the importance of librarians and information specialists. Since I'm struggling here, let's say in my own academic and professional community, to bring librarians at the forefront of the information and media literacy, and now even metaliteracy. I'm really glad that we had a chance to show the importance of having such a academic and professional program and workshop and collaborative environment in which librarians can prove that they are really those ones who are not just in their libraries passive in terms of all the stereotypes that are usually go along with librarians' profession, but educators and motivators and supporters of processes that in terms of transformational learnings. And I'm also glad that my students get a chance to participate, but I'm also glad that the other students coming from different backgrounds and study programs. So it was really good way to exchange the knowledge and also to understand better our goals in future in terms of education, let's say.
I wonder if I could piggyback on Mario's comments. As a librarian and an instructor, what you've just said really hit home. What I think is extraordinarily exciting about this initiative is the fact that so many different disciplines are represented. I know that in many cases, librarians, at least in the United States, feel like they're the whole weight of trying to introduce information literacy is on them. And it seems to be something of a losing battle. And so having this broad representation, I think, is just incredibly important because it is something that has to be acknowledged far beyond the libraries. And it's only when there's a lot of buy-in that it's really, I think, going to be effective.
Thank you, Trudy. Ms. Rani, you joined us. You want something to add? Does not seem to be the case. Then further additions, statements with regard to the current course?
Now I was too quick, sorry. So I think now I just jump in. Yeah, I really also want to support what Trudy also said before. I think bringing out also the important work of librarians forward. This is also something that's really important in this matter of information literacy, and also where projects like this and also this conference can make also important contribution. So also coming back to the initial question. So I also found it really interesting to have to see this intercultural learning experience, and especially how also the different student groups approach the topics. So we actually had our topics quite openly defined, and so it was interesting what students made of it, which they picked, which directions they went. So this is something really interesting, but also something I would be also really looking forward when it later comes to student feedback, what students think about that, if they wish in the future to have more detailed directions, how such artifacts then in the end, which direction it should go, or if they would like it the way it was this time, so relatively open. So this is something I think this is really interesting and also something that can be discussed. Regarding all the intercultural learning experience, yeah, I think also a lot happened also outside of the class. So when students work outside of class, come to interact, and this can be really interesting. And I think also what's very important, what we also have done in the beginning, building this common ground, so bringing the students together, building some knowledge, having some presentations, building a common ground, especially also regarding scientific standards. So these are some of the important basic things. And finally, I think one of the really great things about the teaching format like this is now, as one of the students already said in the beginning, in times of COVID-19, traveling is harder. So it's really also fun to have some kind of international collaboration when traveling is not possible. But even if there would be no COVID-19, such format would be, I think, quite hard to do in a even normal world. You would need travel funding. And then you can't do it in a format like this, where you do it with over several weeks. You would probably have to come together for a workshop, for an intense workshop. But this was like a normal class, continuously taught, and you could do other things. And I think these are great opportunities that brings this new way of teaching through online teaching, international online teaching. And yeah, I think this is something that is still with so many opportunities. And yeah, so I still hope that this format will carry on also in the future.
Yeah, I guess at least I plan to do this, but this is one of the questions that moves my thoughts a bit. I had this year, we started 2 years ago without COVID, and Tessie, you remember video conferences were quite unusual and totally difficult thing, and we did 2 or 3 conferences, and they were, yeah, absolutely bad technology. This has changed a lot, and we are here in a routine. We talk and talk and talk, and it's like you live in the next house, and it's not true, not completely true, but that's one thing. And last year we used this workshop to try to convince our partners from Bosnia-Herzegovina and the US to be part of it. And luckily we succeeded, and we started this thing in the summer workshop, now the course. And I have a feeling that now we have a real kind of, yeah, it's a big word, but it's starting to develop an impact, because we are 5 countries. We are diverse, and it works, or it seems to work, at least from my perspective. At the same time, when I skip just a slide more, and I guess these are then the real life circumstances, we need to coordinate, and we shrink it down, the collaboration, to a span of 8 weeks, I guess, and the conference. And yeah, this is a kind of trade-off. If we think about, that would be the next point of the discussion, how to proceed from now. If we think about to expand even more, how to do that. If we are 10 partners, do we have a time frame of 2 weeks, and what can we do? And this is just something I want to put in the air as a question, and I'm curious of your remarks, be it from colleagues or from the students. I don't know what is your feeling, or what is your estimation with regard to these thoughts. Stefan, you provided the way, but I did not continue now exactly with the controlling of the learning process. But why I hope it's okay, but this is a bit wider frame. I really would be very interested in your thoughts on that, students and dear colleagues.
If I may, Joachim, this is something that it's worth of investing additional efforts to try to find a way to continue and keep on improving. As I wrote, it's the entire course and this experience provided great intercultural perspective, and more importantly, it was organized in a very good manner in order to synthesize this joint learning, which at the beginning, at some points, it looked really kind of challenging to pull out, but all kudos to you, Joachim, and your team for making this feasible and sustainable on the end. So we came to this final conference. So congratulations to you and all the others that took part in this great achievement. and especially to the students who are just fascinating. So really congratulations on your excellent work.
If I could add to that too, I agree with everything that's been said so far. This has been such a great experience. And I do think I really think you're onto something here. I think we all are. But Joachim, of course, you've started this, is that I was thinking of how in some ways it's similar to COIL course, which is a collaborative online international learning course or virtual exchange, but those tend to be, two instructors from different parts of the world coming together to teach students in a shared space. But this really goes beyond that because we have several instructors who are doing this. And it also kind of reminds me actually of the way that the original connectivist MOOCs were envisioned was really about creating knowledge collaboratively outside the kind of the confines of a traditional course. Of course, MOOCs ended up becoming traditional in many ways. It was structured like courses, but it does have that. This project has that element of us all collaborating and producing knowledge together and doing it with students too. So there's two interesting comparisons there, but this I think is still something very unique, and it has gone very well. I think with all the technical ways that we connect, that it's worked really well. I also think that thematically it worked really well because I think this intersection of intercultural perspectives, information literacy and metaliteracy really aligned nicely. And in all the presentations, and especially the last presentation when I was in dialogue with the students, it really became clear how important it is to envision learners as producers of information. And I think that dialogue really reflected that because clearly the students were able to see themselves in that way, and that's really what we've produced here. And that's what they've produced through their presentations. So I think just really interesting project, and definitely glad to be a part of it, and definitely looking forward to continuing in the future.
Thank you, Tom.
Sorry, if I may,
Sure.
I would like to turn on.
Yeah, Mr. Delic, please continue, and then Jeannie afterwards, I guess.
Okay, thank you. I would like to turn on something about what Mr. Stefan said earlier about topics that we were working on. In my personal opinion, in the start of this project, when we started working on those topics, I felt like we wandered a bit at the very beginning because we didn't have some directions that were clearly posted when working on themes. So as I said, we wandered a bit. So in my personal opinion, I would like to propose to when another conference or something course like this would be held, maybe it would be easier to get some more clear directions in which we want to the topic go, because I felt like in one term that we lost some time, some precious time in directing some topics. So yeah, basically that's the thing that I wanted to say.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is something Mr. Dreisiebner, Stefan, brought into the discussion. The grade of the granularity of the work task descriptions. I guess this is the thing, and yeah, that is surely something we take with us for the next round. I would say. Then I hand over to Ms. Jacob, Jeannie.
Yeah, just echoing the same thoughts that Dawood and Stefan has said.
So there were two things that came to my mind. That is, as probably even Tessie had mentioned, we need to give them some more time as far as the intercultural aspect is concerned, because they come in from different countries. So probably after they join in, what I felt is we need to give them some time so that they get to know each other. So that's something that we should be working on, is the suggestions that I would want to give in, because I felt we came in very early as far as the topics and the research was concerned. So maybe a session or two, we can orient them as to how to get into this entire aspect of looking into the various literatures, or some kind of a research kind of methodology, or some kind of an orientation on that, so that we can have them all on par. I felt maybe one session on that, and then probably then later on take them and expose them to other kind of detailed kind of analysis. So that is one thing. And the second thing is, I felt that once they are into these groups, I mean, it's on their own, that we leave them on their own as to how they would want to communicate with each other. Of course, we have the Moodle, wherein you have that, we have that access of all of them coming together. But it would be, I felt that it'd be great if we set up a particular time, though it may be difficult, but looking at what had happened, or the kind of a feedback that that we received. So if we could have a proper time in 1 week, one of the days, where they could all meet together and they could discuss and share their thoughts as far as whatever the topic is. Maybe this is another that I thought about, could strengthen their own, kind of interact with the group members. So this was these were the two thoughts that came to my mind, which can strengthen this project furthermore. And of course, many more partners adding on to it would be a great kind of venture. So, and I'm glad to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. This goes in the same direction as the two other arguments, but now with regard to socializing, I would say, and communication patterns. I guess, Ms. Modak, you raised your hand, please.
Yes. Actually, I had a loss in my connection, so I couldn't give my feedback earlier. I have the same suggestions as Ginny ma'am said. Like, being a student, I realized that I feel, since it is a project where we foster intercultural learning, and at times we face problems in group which resulted in just the Indian students being, or like, it was my own personal experience, because I was there involved earlier, and it was an amazing experience of friends from different parts of the world and got to know different perspectives. But it was something difficult and something different. So I suggest that maybe we can have some sort of a counseling session for all the students, where we can ask them to participate equally and because if we are signing up for such a course, it is expected that all of us, we give in our inputs. But then if that doesn't come in from the students, it is really difficult to assess the situation and learn as intercultural learning. So maybe we can have some sort of counseling session for the students, where all of them, they can get together and overcome the fears or the problems as to why they are not being able to contribute, or what could be the possible reasons. So that is something that can really help in intercultural learning, because that is one of the biggest aspects that we are focusing on here.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm very thankful for this comment, because not all of the class was green, so to speak, but there, especially one group, had some kind of, how to speak in a culturally competent way, some kind of coordination hurdles. And I guess this is something in which we as instructors, or at least when I speak for myself, are still very unexperienced. We usually know our routines, or I speak it now for myself, how to handle the students in our system. In Germany, for example, it's very good possible to say, to give negative feedback. I know in other countries it's not so much the case. I once taught students from Switzerland and treated them as Germans. And it was a bit difficult to say, yeah, this is not good, because in Switzerland you're much more polite than in Germany. And so this is kind of difficult terrain for us. And I was happy and very glad that you as a group, you handled this very well, but you handled it. We did not solve the problem, basically. One student wanted to change. I said, okay, change. And then the group said, yeah, other students, yeah, not all of the part that work is not. And yeah, but I know, but I'm not quite sure if I can provide you with a solution in a way that next time all will be better. I'm not quite sure, but yeah, that's true. And this is something which also needs to be on the agenda when we discuss such learning scenarios. Not everything and all is in every case going well and things like that. Thank you very much for bringing this up. Ms. Boria, you raised your hand.
Yes, so to kind of add on to what was mentioned before, which is the clarity of the project and the direction we have to go, especially start. So I do want to echo that perspective where it's a little bit confusing at the beginning, especially when for my perspective, how you're doing. Our talk is extremely moderate, right? So that's good, but it's also bad because then we kind of lost what exactly we want to focus on, which direction we want to go to. So I think a bit more perhaps with an expert or a bit more guidance from the instructors in those would have been really helpful in that. So a little bit more interaction between instructors and students would have been really great in perspective.
All right, thank you. So we get a relatively clear feedback with regard to controlling the learning process. Maybe this is a kind of intercultural aspect, because yeah, I often say, what do you want to do or achieve? And when students come to me, but yeah, this is self-awareness. I'm not sure if this is always in conformance with reality. So many students said, be more specific with the learning goals and the process, and even the colleagues. So I guess this is a clear message from this workshop for the next round. Jesse, you looked like you would say something. You raised your... Okay, probably not. So maybe we continue. Time is almost up for the workshop, but I will not I will not omit it. Just this is a rough sketch for the whole thing and how it could be developed. And I guess we have 3 levels. We have this community level. This is maybe something where we need to work on in the next month to check out who, as a possible or potential partner, could also be interested to take part in this endeavor, and to bring it in or bring them in as possible further partners to make it more interesting, to make it bigger, and I guess we are still on the way to find out if there is a kind of limit. I guess in this circle, it worked out all very well. All of us have been very collaboration friendly, very polite. It was very nice collaboration, but I could imagine that there is a kind of limit, that we could not do the same thing with 30 partners, but maybe with a bit more than 5, maybe, I don't know. This would be one level connected with questions concerning learning environment and things like that. And this is surely something we need to discuss as instructors in one of our next meetings. Then we have this level of learning cycle where we had this time, this 2-month frame and then the conference. But maybe we need to check out other possible schemes. And we had this level of learning task, and our discussion now was mainly concerning this level that you said must be more clear and or explicit, and on the level here that onboarding was also a request that we need more cultural onboarding, more trust building, and things like that. And students also said it was the last thing, that we need more control and moderation. So feel free to add here. Yeah, Mr. Nair.
Professor, all the inputs you've given were like really, really helpful, and so were the ones from our professors and my mates as well. I would just like to add one more thing. I think if we could balance the number of students from each country, I think that could also be a point to look at. Because I think, I think personally, maybe it's just me, I think the Indian students are a bit over-skewed in their population or in the majority as such. So I think maybe if we could, balance the scales so as to say, from let's say Germany or Bosnia, so it would be a true intercultural experience. So then no one would feel left out as such. So a very tiny observation from my part.
Yeah, this is something, this is not new for us. From the beginning, we had more Indian students than German students. So I don't know, we could say it's a cultural thing, but probably it has something to do with our structures at our higher education institutions. And yeah, maybe this is something I will talk about with my students next week when we close the course. My experience is that the German students who take part say it is very interesting, but it's a minority who is taking part. So yeah, we see this, and yeah, I don't know, maybe the Indians are the open-minded, I don't know, but it is a fact. And in this class too, the largest fraction again was the Indian fraction.
Professor, I would also like to add one more thing. I mean, it's not just about the structure that we work in, but also the people with the right intentions and genuine intentions towards this project, right? So I don't know about other institutions involved, but I remember having we had to go through an interview round from Tessie and Ginny ma'am actually conducted an interview round, and we actually had to talk to them in terms of why are we actually signing up for this project, and they filtered out certain people, and only those 15 to 16 people were allowed to be a part of the project. So in that way, I think they kind of assessed and judged if these people are genuine and if these people would really contribute and would be in a position to contribute. And maybe that is why the Indian students who were involved in the process, because I think they were applied, the people who had applied were like 30 or like 40 students, but who got selected were a very few. So maybe that could be also a thing that can be done, like a filtering out and actually taking people who are genuine towards the project. So maybe that is also something that can be worked on.
This is noted. Thank you very much. Yeah, but
can I just add on something? There are a few students who are doing the course, but I think a lot more could benefit from whatever has been, this collaborative discussion. So I would say that if it's possible, like for example, metaliteracy or information literacy, if some small module can be designed, we can take it back, and perhaps for those who are interested and who've not been a part of the course, maybe it can be offered at our college levels, or maybe parts of these presentations. Or I'm just saying that some part of this discussion can be taken from the forum copywriters of the collaborative group, but that discussion can be carried back to our individual countries and individual colleges, at least some part of it. That's just a thought.
Yeah, and that is the idea that the videos are at YouTube, and it's so basically it's open educational resources. Everyone can see them, but I know it's a presentation. It's not a learning module, but maybe this is something we can consider as a task for the students next time. Prepare a module. I had students in last summer in a seminar doing this, and I was very happy with the results, because they were, according to my opinion, of very high quality, the largest part. But German language, yeah, but maybe this could be a thing. How to search right in Google, or how to, yeah, cross-check or whatever. Okay, I have 2 raised hands, Nadia Musavi and Trudy Jacobson. Please, Ms. Musavi.
Yes, so I just had a small suggestion, even though I'm not the group leader, it's just something that I observed. When we started our project, the entire presentation, we were 6 to begin with, and by the end there were just 4 left, because 2 had, left the group because their term ended. One of them wasn't even supposed to be participating, so that kind of caused a lopsided number of students from a country, and it couldn't I think help us foster the intercultural perspective as to getting to know each other. And there was nobody left from New York in our group, and I mean, he was there, but then he just left in the middle, and I guess that caused a little confusion in our group. And he would have loved to be here, of course, because he contributed greatly, but I don't know why he couldn't make it till the end. So this is just something that I observed and could be resolved, I think.
Yeah, with the American students, we knew from the beginning that they probably would not be capable to take part in the conference, I guess. And that's a problem. And maybe with some more intercultural getting to know each other, and maybe more incentive to take part. But I cannot sit here and say, yes, we will solve this for the next time. This would not be realistic, but it's noted. Thank you. Trudy?
I had just a couple of thoughts. One goes back to what you had said a while ago, Joachim, about how far we can expand, how many different countries. And I was thinking, well, if we ended up with 10 or 12, maybe then there would be a natural split, like 6 and 6, based on term times, because that was such a challenge. And maybe some coming together in the middle if there's some overlap. Just a thought. Tessie, I think your idea of the sort of creating something and bringing it back to our campuses or to other campuses, I think is a great idea. I thought about Wikiversity, one of the Wikimedia projects, as a possibility to have an even larger audience. I think one of the challenges would be, I think students should definitely be involved in the creation of the content, is that they need time to become familiar with the content and then to create something. So sort of this shorter version of the course would be a real challenge for doing that. But I think that there might be a lot of potential, and the intercultural aspect of it is novel, new, and I just think you're onto a really great idea there. Okay.
All right, a last opportunity to bring in a contribution in the discussion. Else, I would say we are on time and we are, I'm sorry, my voice fails. And we are in the conference closing phase. If possible, Ms. Sengin-Jurek and Ms. Hampel, can you please activate the camera too? I don't know, Ms. Hampel said she will probably not be able because she's streaming the whole thing. 1 second, please. Yeah. Okay. Then, yeah, and then when we close the conference, we usually thank everyone involved. And today we had Ms. Zengin-Jurek and Ms. Hampel. They were invisible, but they were the ones who did all the technical work. They prepared the homepage, they uploaded the videos, they played the videos here, and I think you did a great job, and thank you very much for that. It was really, really helpful for us to have this kind of support. So no flowers online, but a warm thank you. And now I want to thank everyone. And I guess we have 3 stakeholder groups. We have the audience. I thank you very much for being here. And I hope you had a great experience and a learning experience. And yeah, I thank all the students from our intercultural course. And I guess maybe I can speak for all of us. Instructors, I'm proud of you. You did a great job today and you can be proud, yes. And it was great fun and I learned in every presentation, every talk, something new, even today after hearing it in a class also. So thank you very much. And I want to thank all of the colleagues. I think we make a great team and without your support, this also would not have been possible. You are the people, you are the, I don't know the English term, you are the ones who make it possible. And I'm very grateful for that. And these are my closing words. Maybe everyone who is in the mood can activate his or her camera. Maybe the system will explode, but it will then explode with a lot of pictures. I don't know. So please activate the camera if you're in the mood to do so. And yeah, we close the conference. The course participants, we will meet again next week and I will write an email on Monday. So have a good time. Thank you. See you till then.
I'd like to thank Joachim too for spearheading and directing the whole thing. And of course, it was a great opportunity for meeting all the other instructors and great presentations from the students too. Thank you. What is happening?
I guess this was just bad moderation. I said activate your camera and said goodbye at the same time. I guess this cannot working out in a good way. So, okay, apologies. See you. Have a good time.